This video contains mild spoilers. This is because it has battle strategies for every boss in the game, and because it discusses some trophies that perhaps contain mild spoilers. You won't fall off ledges while attacking. Do not be afraid to attack enemies when you are close to a ledge. While ever you are in an attack animation, you will not fall off the edge. This means you can run up to the edge and spam the shoulder buttons to attack, and you will not fall off. Here is what some people think is a tricky area for falling off. But if you go in there spamming your attacks, then the enemy falls off, but you do not. Why doesn't parrying work in the Surge 2? I'm going to cover here how to parry in the Surge 2. The biggest problem is that most gamers have become used to the directional indicator telling them when to block as well as in what direction. But that is not how the on-screen prompts work in this game. When you see an on-screen prompt in the Surge 2, it isn't an indication as to when you should parry. The only thing the on-screen prompt tells you is that the enemy is planning on attacking you, and that attack is going to come from a certain direction. In some cases, especially with the last boss, the time difference between the directional indicator and the actual time you are supposed to block is very varied. While holding block, the enemy's attack will take some of my stamina. If I keep holding block, it takes more of my stamina until it starts to take my health as well. In games where stamina and blocking is an issue, this is quite a common function. In this case, I parry when the directional block indicator shows, which is too early, which is why I was damaged. Let's see that again in slow motion. Here, I parry too early and the attack gets through. I should have waited until the attack was actually about to land. As a way of practicing, you may want to find an enemy with a slow and heavy weapon. Try practicing without the directional indicator on. Just block and then press the analog directional thumbstick in the direction from which you are being attacked. You need to parry when the attack is about to hit, rather than trying to parry when the directional block indicator shows you. Beating Warden Garcia in the prison. This is a difficult boss because you are unaccustomed to the game mechanics at this point in the game. Here is the route from the Medibay. You will probably be running this route several times as you try again to beat the boss. Go in there with a little scrap. That way, when you die, you leave your scrap, which can be used to regain your health during the next battle. You get just over 2 minutes of time before you have to retrieve your scrap. It doesn't matter if you fail to pick up your scrap before you die again, because there's always more scrap to be had as you play the game. The point is that if you have scrap in your inventory when you die, then when you return, the scrap acts as a passive health reclaimer, and when you pick up the scrap, it counts as a full heal. If you go in there and you die before retrieving your scrap, you can harvest a little from this guy when you respawn. You may then run on back into the boss fight and try again. Bank some health before you go into a fight. You do this by attacking other enemies and building up your battery power. You then hold the inject button. On the PlayStation, you hold the circle. On Xbox controllers, you hold the B button. Doing so uses up a battery charge and converts it into a health recovery injectable. This is due to an implant called the Medivoltaic injection. For now, know that you can bank 2 health injections at this stage in the game. As you play the game and as you fight the boss, your banked health will be the one that is used first. This means that when you press the health injection button, the health injections you have already charged are the ones that are first used. After that, your battery charges will be used to replenish your health. As you fight and as you hit and damage the boss, your battery will charge up. Later in the game, there are other ways to charge your battery, including taking hits and making parries. But for now, know that when you hit the boss, your battery will charge, and you can use those same battery charges to replenish your health. In essence, the game wants you to use what you have learned so far in order to beat this boss, which means there are 3 viable tactics to beating this boss. The first is to target the boss's weak areas, which in this case is the left arm. See how attacking the head knocks off 19, but attacking the left arm knocks off 39, and attacking the right arm knocks off 29. The second tactic is to block and parry incoming attacks perfectly to open up the boss and get in some heavy damage. Note how I parry the first attack and get in some damage, but he retaliates with an unblockable stomp attack, which for this you will need to dodge backwards. Remember that regular blocking stops damage, but it also takes up stamina. If you try to directional block and parry and you mistime it, then the enemy may still damage you. You need to be facing the enemy in order to block. Lock on by pressing the R3 button to help you stay focused on the enemy. In this case, being locked on to the boss is a good thing, but that is not always the case. With some bosses, you need to dodge around in a way that is not facilitated by being locked on. But for this boss, being locked on is a good thing. Do not hold on to the block button because your stamina does not regain as you hold on. In other words, do not block all the time. Try to only block when you see an enemy attack coming. Release the block button and your stamina will recharge. Also, do not block all the time because some attacks need dodging rather than blocking. Make sure you have the Directional Block Analyzer Implant activated. This allows you to see which direction your enemies are going to attack you from. Remember that you can bank some health injections while you are actually fighting. The game wants you to block some attacks and to dodge to avoid some attacks. Dodging is done by moving your character in a direction and pressing the X on PlayStation controllers or A on Xbox controllers. Don't forget that dodging takes up stamina, and you can tire your character out if you keep dodging indiscriminately. If you are really struggling, just go in there with the aim of dodging, and you will see how easy it is to dodge the boss's attacks. Quite often, people struggle with this boss because it punishes you for being overly aggressive. If you go into the boss fight with a view to simply dodging, blocking, and avoiding, you will soon discover how toothless and how easily manipulated this boss really is. Blocking, parrying, and dodging will allow you to beat this boss. This is especially true if you have banked a couple of health injections before you enter the fight. Kill the boss and you get the drone as a reward. If you are looking for the special weapon for the MG Jackknife Pro, you will have to take down the boss in a hard way. Many of the bosses offer special weapons, implants, and drones if you take them down and destroy them in a certain, rather specific way. In this case, you have to severely damage the boss's right arm so that you may cut it off at the end of the fight. Press R3 to lock on and move the directional analog stick until you are targeting the boss's right arm. You will see a yellow shield. You need to do significant damage to this so that you may cut off the arm. As you can see, as the fight progresses, color drains from the yellow shield. Keep attacking the boss's right arm until the boss's health is fairly low. You will need at least one battery charge for the finishing execution prompt to appear. Once it does, press and hold it to cut off the boss's right arm and receive the unique boss weapon called the MG Jackknife Pro. If you accidentally took down the boss before you were able to sever the arm, you can revert your save file and try again. I will explain in the next tip how you may revert your save. Revert your save if you miss a boss item drop. If you complete a boss but you miss out on getting the boss's special item, you can quit out of the game, go to continue, and then instead of loading your save, you press the revert button at the bottom. Once reverted, you will go back to your last save, which should be the one before the boss you just defeated. You will see the boss will be there again and you can retry getting the boss's special item. As you can see here, the revert goes back to my first attempt at the boss, which is why the cutscene plays again. The points multiplier is based on finishing moves. The tech scrap multiplier is added whenever you pull off a finishing move. Some call it an execution move. The multiplier resets whenever you die or whenever you visit a Medibay. The tech multiplier doesn't reset whenever you transition into a new area. Even though the enemies will reappear when you transition into a new area, your bonus points multiplier will not reset. The points multiplier goes up whenever you use a finishing execution on an enemy. It doesn't go up based on how much tech scrap you have or how many enemies you kill. It only goes up if you use finishing moves on enemies. Ding dong! You pull off finishing executions by attacking a certain part of the enemy and hitting it until the execution finishing move prompt appears on the screen. You will need at least one battery charge in order to pull off a finishing move. But if you are going on a bit of a grind, then I suggest wearing the full set of VULTR armor, along with the Rig Capacitor implant. I explain why you should do this in a tip later in this video. But the short version is that if you wear this armor and you use that implant, then you don't have to worry too much about regaining your battery charge every time you finish an enemy. The numbers you see on this chart simply represent the tech scrap multiplier based on how many enemies you have killed. If you use the finishing move, this is how it works if you don't have additional armor or implants to bump up these numbers. As you can see, if you use the finishing move on 55 enemies, you will get the full ×3 tech scrap multiplier. The other numbers on this chart show that it becomes incrementally more difficult to push up your multiplier as you go along finishing enemies. The chart here is showing you what you get for finishing each number of enemies. For example, if you had killed 33 enemies with a finishing move, then your tech multiplier would give you 2.4 times more tech scrap than you normally would when you kill your next enemy. If you want to get your bonus up to ×3, then you will need to finish 55 enemies. When you kill the 56th enemy, whether it be a regular kill or one with a finisher, you will receive 3 times more scrap than you normally would. Tip number 25 in this video is going to explain how you are able to remove body parts from enemies by cutting them off with your drone. And as a side note here, even though you can remove body parts using a drone, it still isn't counted as a finishing move execution. In tip number 10 in this video, I will show you how to bump up this baseline tech scrap bonus to a whopping 3.85 using armor and implants. For those of you who voraciously wish to know how the multiplier numbers work, I will quickly explain the chart. Execute up to 6 people and the multiplier will go up by 0.1. As you execute between 7 and 15 enemies, the points multiplier will go up by 0.05. When you reach number 16 and 17, the multiplier stays at ×2. After that, on to execution number 18, and the tech scrap multiplier goes up by 0.025. That is by how much it goes up between enemies 18 and 55. So long as you do not die and you do not visit a Medibay, your points multiplier is almost permanent. Open the first gate early. You can, and perhaps should, go around the long way to open up this shortcut. But if you wish to speed things up a little, then run and jump off this bridge, go up and open the gate early. I don't suggest you skip the other stuff. I do suggest you take the long route and open it normally. However, if you are starting a new game and you perhaps wish to jump ahead for whatever reason, then this is how you do it. Should I be worried about trophies or achievements? If you are going for the platinum, then yes, there are some trophies and achievements that are missable. You can sweep around and get them in New Game Plus. There is a drone from the Captain Cervantes boss that is missable. And the drone from the Major General Ezra Shields boss fight is also missable. Since there are trophies and achievements for collecting drones, you can see how this may be a little troubling. This video isn't a trophy guide, but I will give guidance on the trophies I missed the first time I played the game, so that at least you won't miss the ones that I did on my very first playthrough. The biggest majority of the trophies are unmissable. By the end of the game, you should have almost all of the trophies. Either way, there is a boss fight with Major General Ezra Shields that changes the world. Before taking that boss fight, go back to the earlier areas and get the trophies you missed before the world changes. If you go into the fight and you haven't got them, then you will need to get them in New Game Plus. I wouldn't worry too much because the fight is heavily telegraphed. The boss, Major General Ezra Shields, actually appears on a TV screen before the big fight, his version of a pre-fight trash talk. Then, as a final warning, you literally get a final warning. The "It's a trap" trophy. The It's a Trap trophy asks you to disable an A.I.D checkpoint scanner gate without triggering its alarm. If you follow my tips in this video, I dare say you will probably trigger the first and second checkpoint before you are able to disable them. Luckily, there are 4, which means you have 2 more opportunities to disable these checkpoints in order to get the trophy or achievement. After getting the EMP-44 Starfish drone module from Little Johnny, you can achieve this trophy or achievement by disabling the gates from the inside. The problem with this trophy or achievement is that when it says deactivate a gate without setting off the alarm, it actually means throughout the entire playthrough. In other words, if you accidentally set off all 4 checkpoint gates, even if you only do it once, you will have to wait until New Game Plus in order to try for this trophy again. For example, the first checkpoint I set off fairly early in the game, and even though it had been days since I actually set it off, I was unable to get the It's a Trap trophy from the first checkpoint. If you follow some of the tips that are coming in this video, then you are going to set off that first gate and probably the second one too. So, if you haven't reached the second gate yet, I urge you not to go through it, and instead to wait until you have the Starfish drone, and then go around and through the Cloud9 Club and deactivate it as shown in this video. Here is the route to the third gate in the game. While we walk there, allow me to regale you with a song that the kids used to sing to me in school. Teddy had a party and nobody came. He did it again, just the same. Here is the deactivation switch. Here is the fourth scanner gate. Don't go through, just go up the stairs, through here, and deactivate the switch here. Go back down and the gate is deactivated. If you missed this trophy or achievement in your first playthrough, you can try again in New Game Plus. Staggering enemies to break off their attacks. The purple bar under your enemy's health bar is not their stamina bar, it is their stability bar. Depleting the bar will make the enemy cancel their current action. This is important because it means you can actually interrupt their attacks if you stagger them at the right time. Here is how it works. Here is an enemy. I hit twice. 1, 2. The enemy winds up to hit me, but I hit again. Since my last attack depleted his purple stagger bar, his attack was interrupted. To show it again, I hit the enemy once, then twice. There is a little bit of his stability bar left. He is about to attack, but I hit first and his attack is cancelled. It is cancelled because I depleted the very last of his stability from his stability bar. There is a tutorial tip early in the game about enraged enemies. It says that most enemies can get enraged during combat. Their health bar will flash when this state is active. Enraged enemies are much less likely to be staggered by incoming attacks. In other words, if an enemy is enraged, you will have a harder time cancelling their attacks. When an enemy becomes enraged, you can see that the purple bar and the health bar are flashing. Now, when you attack, the stability bar hardly moves at all. This is an early enemy, so he doesn't stay enraged for very long. On the other hand, note how this enemy becomes enraged almost instantly and stays that way for much longer. Weapon impact has an effect on enemy stability. As you can see here, the salvaged gouger only has an impact of 9. When I attack this enemy, he is easily enraged, but whenever my spear gets the chance, it doesn't knock off very much of his stability at all. Now compare this to the Titan weapon that has an impact rating of 28. Attacking the same enemy, he is still easily enraged, but note how his stability bar is noticeably depleted after taking a few hits. The stability bar has proven to be a little confusing for some people, which is perhaps why there is a lot of misinformation about how this works on the internet. In most cases, the stability bar and the ability to cancel attacks is a fringe benefit. It is something that often happens without you even thinking about it, whereupon your attacks are actually cancelling the enemy's ability to retaliate. In many and most cases, the stability bar and things of that nature don't demand a lot of your attention. You can get along just fine without really thinking about them at all. Bumping up your tech scrap gains. There are 3 ways to bump up your tech scrap gains from the enemies that you kill. Most of them can be done fairly early in the game. The 3 methods are the Multiplier system, there is the VULTR armor, and there are implants. The first method is the Multiplier system, which was covered in a previous tip, but to recap, the multiplier bonus kicks in whenever you take down an enemy with a finishing execution move. The second way to bump up your tech scrap gains is to wear at least 3 pieces of the VULTR armor. This gives you an extra 35% extra scrap, which is shown as an additional 0.35 scrap on your multiplier. The VULTR armor is collected from the enemies near and around the starting area. The third way to bump up your tech scrap gains is with implants. There are 2 implants you can get that increase your tech scrap gains, and one of them can be found fairly early in the game. Getting your first Reclamation Buddy implant is pretty easy. Make your way to the Jericho Seaside Court. Then get the doorway keycard from Brother Eli and head on through the door to Port Nixon. Run on down this way and jump off the building onto the truck. Then start severing the heads of the enemies you find down there until the Reclamation Buddy drops. The Reclamation Buddy gets you 10% more scrap, which stacks with the bonus you get from the VULTR armor, and it stacks with whatever you are getting from the Tech Scrap Multiplier bonus, which is the multiplier bonus you receive for finishing enemies. There is also another reclamation buddy in this game that gives you 40% more scrap, but it is located in the Cathedral of the Spark, which is not accessible until much later in the game. Much later in the game, when you are able to visit the Cathedral of the Spark, you can get the Reclamation Buddy X implant, which gives you a 40% increase, which is a 0.4 increase. In effect, what you could do is you could wear the VULTR armor with its 0.35 increase. You could wear the regular Reclamation Buddy implant with its 0.1 increase. You can have the Reclamation Buddy X implant with its 0.4 increase, and you can run through, kill 60 enemies, and have your multiplier maxed out to really pump up the gains you get when you kill your enemies. If you add in the Energized Material Converter implant, then you are set to go out and harvest, farm, and grind. Turning on the lights. When you are wearing a piece of body armor, you can turn on a light by pressing down on the D-pad. It isn't a game changer, but later in the game, there are several dark areas where the light comes in handy. Ancillary cores affect implants and armor. If you are becoming frustrated because you cannot put on a piece of armor, remember that your implants and your armor share the same power core. The Ancillary Power Core implant adds a little extra power so that you can wear different pieces of armor while still keeping your main implants running. The Ancillary Power Core allows you to add extra power so that you can wear different pieces of armor while keeping your main implants running. The first ancillary core is pretty easy to find because it comes out of the heads of scavengers. They are the first type of enemy that you meet when you break out of prison, so cut off a few scavenger heads and you will get your first ancillary core implant. Dropped items are not quick to disappear. When enemies drop items, there is a very long time limit for picking them up. If you are in the same area and you do not reset things by using the Medibay, by dying, or by visiting another area where you hit a loading screen, then the items that the enemies drop are in no hurry to go away. Here I am cutting off a bunch of scavenger heads for the montage in the last tip. When I was finished, I was able to walk back and collect all of the stuff that the enemies had dropped. Do your best to take down revenge enemies. If the online features are still working when you play, then revenge enemies may turn up. They are enemies that have killed other players in the game. Do your best to take them down, using up your drone ammunition if you must. They offer added upgrade materials that help you speed up your upgrading. The drone can still knock off limbs if needed. As you can see from this video, the drone knocked off the enemy's arm so that I could collect it. Revenge enemies will typically have more health and stronger attacks, so try to separate them and take them one-on-one rather than trying to take them down while they are surrounded by their buddies. The tech scrap retrieval timer stops near Medibays. You drop your tech scrap upon death. It will be lost if the timer in the top left corner runs out. Defeating an enemy will add 20 seconds to the timer. Being close to your lost tech scrap will slowly heal you, and picking it up will fully replenish your health. Most people are unaware that they can add 20 seconds to the timer by killing an enemy. In addition to this, when you respawn at a medbay, the timer for retrieving your lost tech scrap will not start until you walk away from the medbay. No doubt the developers knew that we all run to the toilet or check our phones during the loading screens, and they probably didn't want us missing out on our lost tech scrap because of it. When does the DLC start? To begin with, go to the starting screen and look under the option that says Downloadable Content. Here it will show you which of the DLC you currently own. Start the game and play it through all the way to where you break out of prison. Talk to the guy on the roof, and after that dialogue tree stuff is over, your DLC will activate. There are actually more types of activation notifications as you pick things up during the game. What the DLC will do is it will add new enemies and new items on top of the base game. Some of these items are easy to come across, such as if you bought the Loot Scan drone, and others you will find as you progress through the game. There is a story mission of sorts that is part of the DLC, but that comes a little later. There are pieces of DLC weapons and armor on enemies that you will find around the map. These are enemy types that you wouldn't find if you didn't have the DLC. For example, there is a set of DLC armor, and here, going this way, though you should probably wait until a little later in the game when you have upgraded a little, because these particular DLC enemies are pretty tough. There are pieces of DLC armor and weapons dotted around the gaming world. There is a story mission called the Kraken DLC, and you can get to it around halfway through the game. Once you get the lifter hook, you make your way back to the Seaside Court supply route. Over through the Port Nixon Thruway down here, run across the sludge and you will see a new boat. Get into the boat and start the Surge 2 Kraken DLC, which is the story content part of the DLC. The DLC Lootscan.exe. I can't say that I was fully impressed with most of the DLC. In my personal opinion, I don't feel as if it added very much, with the exception of the Loot Scan drone. The Loot Scan drone is part of the paid DLC. At the time of this video's publication, it is a single drone that you buy separately as DLC. Its written description says it identifies objects hidden around the world. What it won't do, oddly enough, is identify things that are in certain containers, which at first makes this drone seem a little underpowered. But in truth, this drone is the game's best quality of life improvement, and it sucks that they made me pay for it. The reason this drone is brilliant is because, in short, it picks up the things that enemies have dropped, and it does it over a fairly large distance. Look at all that loot that this drone just picked up. It is a pretty powerful tool, so allow me to demonstrate. Here, I am taking down enemies in this area without picking up the things they drop. One of the best and most amazing qualities of the Loot Scan drone is that it picks up the items that enemies dropped, but not only that, it does it over an exceedingly wide area. As you probably know, the capital city area is a fair size. It's not overly big, but it has plenty of room to hide a lot of enemies. I have defeated all of these enemies, most of whom have dropped things. I stand in the middle and I activate the Loot Scan drone. Upon doing so, I pick up so many dropped items that there isn't enough space to show them all on the bottom right of the screen. In fact, as I run around here, you can see that every item that has been dropped has been picked up. This even includes all the weapons that I harvested. Going down here, there is a bit of stationary loot that wasn't dropped by an enemy. The loot scan will identify the stationary pieces of loot that are part of the primary gameplay loop, but it won't pick them up. It only picks up the things that enemies drop. All this stuff too that was dropped has been collected. The rig capacitor implant is kinda handy. The rig capacitor implants makes it so that at least one battery charge will not deplete while you are playing the game. You can get the rig capacitor implant fairly early in the game, just go this way. It essentially allows you to store battery charges rather than them depleting into nothingness. It is good to know that if you are fighting tough battles, then there is at least an extra heal or extra charge available for you to perhaps do a finishing execution. The rig capacitor and the VULTR armor set. During the early to mid-game, the rig capacitor and the VULTR armor set go together very well. With the rig capacitor, you can keep at least one battery charge stored for as long as you like, and the VULTR armor ensures that when you execute an enemy, your battery charge is not depleted. This means that if you simply keep a single charge on your battery at all times, then you are always ready to execute one enemy after another without having to worry about recharging your battery. During the later game, you will be charging your battery far faster than you can deplete it. But during the early to middle game, it is always comforting to know that you have at least one battery charge all set and ready to go for when you wish to execute an enemy. You can block projectiles. Perhaps a little unintuitively, your weapon can block projectiles. Similar to blocking a flurry of melee attacks, you can block a stream of projectiles for as long as your stamina lasts. This is especially evident when the Gaia laser is trying to burn a hole in your skull. And you can see here that my character is not taking damage, but my character's stamina is being drained. The ability to block projectiles and energy weapons means that you don't always have to adopt an evasive fighting style when you are up against enemies with projectile weapons. Bank your scrap. When you visit a Medibay, your bonus scrap multiplier will reset. This gives you somewhat of an incentive to stay out and not revisit your Medibay. But if you are going to pay it a visit for whatever reason, perhaps to level up, or perhaps you are about to take on a boss, then you should bank your tech scrap. There is no sense in hanging on to it because it has no benefit out in the real world. You can bank it and leave it at your Medibay, and you will still be able to use it with the shops and the merchants that you find out in the world. When you visit your Medibay, you may not have enough tech scrap to level up, but there is still no point in carrying your tech scrap around and risking losing it when you can bank it and keep it safe. Really, all you are doing is stashing your tech scrap at your Medibays so that you may use it later as and when you wish. In addition, you may wish to bank your tech scrap so that you can save it up for some of the more expensive items that you find in shops. You do not need to carry it around with you, because when you buy things at shops and with merchants, they will draw tech scrap from your banked tech scrap first, before they start to take from the tech scrap that you are carrying. Also, it is true that you cannot take the tech scrap out of the bank, but that is because there is no need to take it out of the bank. Again, your primary use for scrap is at your medbay, typically when you level up and you upgrade and you construct. And again, your banked scrap still acts as credit at any of the stores you find in the game. So even if it were possible to remove the scrap from the bank, there would be no point to it. There is one occasion where you cannot draw from your banked tech scrap, and that is when you repay a debt to an NPC in the game. And it is technically possible to take money out of the bank using a system I describe later, buying rusted tech scrap. But other than those specific examples, both of which I will cover later in this video, besides those examples, you cannot remove tech scrap from your bank, and there is no reason to do so. Do not feel like you have to save your metal scrap. You are going to come across pieces of metal scrap. Don't feel as if you have to save these pieces of metal scrap. They only exist to give you added tech scrap. They are similar to the cold blood items in Bloodborne, or the souls items in Dark Souls, where you consume them and they give you a bunch of souls. In this case, you disassemble the metal scrap and it turns into tech scrap, the currency. There is no rush to disassemble your metal scrap, but don't worry about hoarding it, because it has no other use than to be disassembled and turned into banked tech scrap. As I say, the metal scrap pieces will never be requested by NPCs and will never play a part in quests. Finishing moves have an invulnerability window. Similar to the Backstab in the Dark Souls games, when you perform a finishing execution, you become invulnerable for a short period of time. When the icon appears telling you that you can finish an enemy, press and hold the button even if you are getting attacked. There is a period of invulnerability that occurs as soon as the finisher animation starts, so don't worry too much about timing your finishers with a safe window. You can jump into the fray, instigate a finisher, and even if the enemies are in the process of attacking you, those attacks won't get through once the finisher animation begins. See how in this case I held the button to do the finisher and I was invulnerable from both the melee attacks in front of me and I was undamaged by the Molotov explosion too. The period between you pressing the execution button and it loading before the animation starts is really the only time when an enemy can attack you and actually do some sort of physical damage. It is possible that you try to start a finishing move and an enemy hits you with such a massive hit that it staggers you and the finishing move never starts. But the chances of this happening are fairly low. It is often best to jump into the fray and begin the finishing move as soon as possible, so that firstly you will destroy the enemy and secondly you can enjoy those few moments of invulnerability while the enemy tries and fails to attack you. Timing a bottle smash. As you can see, the enemy is about to throw something at me. When this happens, it is possible to rush the enemy and hurt them with their own weapon. Of course, if you get too close, you could be hurt too, but you only take a fraction of the damage that the enemy does. What is a backstab kick in the Surge 2? The Clean Cut trophy or achievement asks you to cut an enemy's limb with the follow-up to a backstab kick. To pull off a backstab, you have to sneak up on an enemy without them noticing you. Select the part you wish to attack, and when you get close enough, you will see a red marker appear in the middle of the enemy. This means that if you press the R1 or RB button, depending upon your controller, your character will perform a backstab, which will remove a large chunk of your enemy's health. The following strike will also have a very big impact. In this case, I was aiming for the head, and the second strike removed it. If you want the Clean Cut trophy or achievement, you will need to target an unarmored limb and take it off in 2 strikes using the backstab as the first attack. It is not as easy as it first sounds. Here I aim for the leg. You need an upgraded weapon and a very weak enemy if you wish to get this trophy or achievement. Try different weapons, especially cutting weapons. There is also a degree of timing involved. Wait almost a second before you land the second hit. The starting enemies in the prison are pretty weak. Once you have escaped the prison, explored a little, and leveled up a little, it may be worth going back to take on a few of those weaker enemies and try to pull off the backstab and strike so that you can get the trophy or achievement. Here I target the other leg. Select one of your upgraded weapons, sneak up on the enemy, target a limb, wait for that red marker, and then press the R1 or RB button once for the attack. Then wait a second and attack again for the follow-up attack. If you take down the enemy in 2 hits, then the limb should fall off and you should receive the Clean Cut trophy or achievement. You can see there how the arm came off. There it is. If you are still struggling with the Clean Cut trophy or achievement, try wearing the Scavenger outfit for added damage after a successful backstab. Cutting apart higher level enemies with your drone. Finishing moves, also known as executions, are one way of cutting parts from enemies. Another way is to cut enemy parts using your drone. If you use bullet ammunition, such as with the pistol drone, the sniper, or the automatic rifle drone, then it is possible to remove enemy parts without having to pull off a finishing move execution. Your drone can damage an enemy part and then even go on to kill the enemy, and the enemy in most cases will still drop the desired enemy part. Here you see I aim for the left arm, and after killing the enemy you see that I receive the arm gear coils, which is what I would have received if I had executed a finishing move and cut it off manually. If you start running out of ammunition, you can always go out and buy it with tech scrap. The sniper rifle drone is especially powerful if it is paired with the drone proximity adapter. And the sniper rifle is also very powerful if you aim for unarmored head or body parts. Although when aiming for unarmored body parts, you sometimes won't receive an item or schematic or armor piece when the enemy dies. You can destroy a part using a drone, such as destroying an arm or a leg, and then finish the enemy with a finishing move. This saves on ammunition. It is known as softening up an enemy before you execute it. What you do is you shoot at the body part you want, you damage it sufficiently, and then you run in and you execute the enemy and retrieve the part. With the A.I.D robotic tracker at the level 5 gate in the capital city area, take off its right leg and you get a battery charge. Take off its left leg and you get its weapon. If you already have its weapon, you get level 6 tungsten metal, which is great for leveling up your current weapons. Take off its tail and you receive the grenade launcher ammunition. During the early game, this robot is a killer, so being able to harvest its valuable parts with just the pistol drone is very handy. But be aware that the valuable stuff it has is not always a guaranteed drop. Still, using the drone is handy because you can put a lot of distance between you and a very dangerous enemy. Upgrading your equipped items. If you are sticking with a certain armor set or a certain weapon for a while, then when you go to your Medibay, go to Upgrade and press L2 or left trigger on your gamepad, and this will show you only the things that you have equipped. This allows you to choose to upgrade your current items before you upgrade your others. It is a quality of life function that helps you quickly find the items you are wearing so that you may upgrade them first. You can run through boxes. This is a big one that I discovered halfway through the game. You can dash through boxes and destructible items rather than stopping to bash them with your weapon. Having to stop and bash boxes is a big time waster, especially since boxes will respawn every time you visit a Medibay or checkpoint area. Going on a parts harvesting grind. If you don't have very long to play and you don't feel like pushing through a story segment, then perhaps go harvesting for a little while. If you are going on a harvesting grind, then find an area with a sensible number of enemies in a row and decide to target one body part per run. So on your first run, you only cut off heads. You return to the Medibay, you bank your credits, and then you do the same run again, but you only cut off left arms. As you harvest and grind, not only will you receive tech scrap, more tech scrap, more tech scrap, but you will also receive body components, limb components, head components, and weapon components that you can use to level up your own weapons. You can dive attack from above. You can drop down or dive attack from higher locations. Just drop down or jump down and press one of the attack shoulder buttons. This is by no means a ground-breaking game mechanic, but it is handy to know that you can do it. Farming components to level up armor and weapons. Enemies will drop gear that is equal to their current level. You can see an enemy's level by the number on the left of their health bar. As you can see in this video, the level of these enemies is 5. I cut off a leg and I receive a level 5 leg component that will help me upgrade my leg armor to level 5. I also cut off the head and I receive a level 5 head component that can be used to improve helmet/head armor. Let's say you have a set of level 3 armor and you wanted to bump up your armor levels. You could farm some level 5 enemies over and over again until you have the parts you need. This is possible because you can convert your higher leveled parts into lower leveled parts. On a similar note, if you were looking for weapon parts that were level 5, then you should keep attacking whichever arm the enemy is using to hold its weapon. For most of the game, I noticed that the security gate guards tend to be a little higher leveled than those in your current area. If you are looking to farm higher leveled stuff, then they are handy because you can usually draw them out and fight them. When you have leveled up a little in the game, you will get to an area outside the Cloud9 Club. Here, I am taking a shortcut through the door that you open later in the game. Technically, it is accessible very early in the game, but some of the enemies in the area are pretty tough, and making your way there to unlock the gate is often too difficult for lower-leveled players to even attempt. The area outside of the Cloud9 Club is almost a hotspot for good pieces of armor, implants, and weapons. You can pick up things like the Rhino head armor by cutting off heads, but you may also pick up the Energized Material Converter, which is an implant that gives you double crafting materials after an execution finishing move. This implant alone will dramatically cut down how long you need to spend farming for materials. After you have leveled up a little and you are feeling more confident, I would suggest taking down a few of the enemies outside of the Cloud9 Club in order to grab a few of these tasty items and armor pieces. The Favorite Weapons System. In the gear screen, you can highlight your favorite weapons. During the game, you can cycle between your favorite weapons using the D-pad. At first, this may seem like a superfluous piece of gaming fluff, but it actually has a purpose. Different weapons or different status effects are more effective on some bosses than others. Using the favorites system, you can quickly switch between weapons to tackle each enemy based on their status and their armor weaknesses. Here you can see that I take down this robot using the nano spear, and then I quickly switch to the heavy-duty weapon. The heavy-duty weapon is marked as one of my favorites, which means I can switch between that and the spear by pressing up on the D-pad. For the record, nano weapons are good at taking down robots, heavier weapons are good for slower moving enemies, and fire weapons are particularly good at taking down humans. Try experimenting with different weapons against different enemies, because it is not always about impact rating, damage, or status effects. You can heal while attacking. Whether you are healing using battery power or healing using stored healing injections, you do not have to stand still when you replenish your health. Even while you are repeatedly pressing shoulder buttons to attack, you can press the circle button or the B button to replenish your health as you fight. There is a slight delay between pressing the button and the health item activating, but healing during combat can help you tank your way through some of the trickier encounters. For those of you who already know this tip, it is really no big deal. But if you didn't know that you can press the healing buttons whilst attacking, whilst pressing these shoulder buttons, then this tip is a game changer. Especially when you consider how different it is to the other Soulsborne Elder Ring-ish type of games, where typically you have to stand out of danger in order to heal. In this game, you don't. In this game, you can heal whilst you're under attack, which comes in pretty handy. Spamming attacks will cost more stamina. Before the next tip, where I lay out a few combos, I thought it was important that you understand how the stamina function works, because the combo game mechanics suffer if you don't. The game wants you to time your attacks rather than pressing the shoulder buttons really quickly. If you time your attacks rather than spamming them, then it saves stamina. By time, I mean there is a certain point at which you should press the button, and it is typically after the attack animation has completed. It sounds confusing, but I will show you what I mean. Here I have the Titan. I am trying to time my hits perfectly in order to conserve stamina. See how, when I get it right, there is a small yellow flash on my stamina bar. Actually, the yellow flash is barely noticeable, which is a shame because I feel if it were more highlighted, then I could have perhaps used it to teach myself how to do the combo timings correctly. Either way, counting my attacks, you see here that I get 5 attacks. That is 5 presses of the R2 button or right trigger button before I run out of stamina. Now, in this demonstration, I just mash the R2 button. I mash the heavy attack. See how my stamina bar jumped down really quickly. If you wish to conserve stamina, then try to time your attacks. This becomes especially important if you want to utilize the combos to their fullest. The 2 combos that work for all weapons. There are 2 combos that work for every single weapon in the game. Certain combinations of horizontal and vertical attacks are particularly powerful against armored and unarmored parts of your enemy, respectively. As a result, there are 2 combos that work for every weapon in the game. The first combo is the R1, R2, R2, which does extra damage to armored enemies and body parts. The second combo is R2, R1, R1, which will do added damage to unarmored areas. These are the 2 combos that work for any weapon, but the timings for each weapon are very different. You need to get the timing right for each weapon in order to pull off their combos. Try practicing with the faster weapons first, since getting the timings is a little easier. Take the Metamorphing Talons, for example. They have an attack speed of 111%. They are quick, so it is easier to time the combos correctly. It is hard to see, but a pop-up appears when you do the combo correctly. That was the combo R1, R2, R2 for armored areas. Here is the R2, R1, R1 combo for unarmored areas. Again, you can see here that it says combo when you pull off the move correctly. Combos for different weapons in the Surge 2. There are 9 weapon types in the Surge 2. You can tell what the weapon type is by its description. You can see here that this one is a one-handed, this one is a hammer, this is a twin-rigged, a single-rigged, and this is a heavy-duty. As I say, there are 9 different types of weapon in the Surge 2, and I will cover the most basic combinations for all of them. The ones I use here are the PlayStation R1 and R2, which I will translate into RB and RT for Xbox and PC controllers. Next to each combo is the word single or group. These designate if the combo is especially good at handling single enemies or handling groups. Punching gloves. The first combo, the R1, R2, R2, does some nice damage up close and then jumps away before the enemy can react. The second combo gets in close and you keep pressing R1 until you run out of stamina. One-handed. The first combo ends with a nice smash. The second combo can be repeated until you run out of stamina, but in many cases it is so slow that it isn't overly effective during a very tough fight. This third combo is pretty effective if you use the R2 hits correctly. If you are timing them correctly, then you can keep using the R2 button until you run out of stamina. although there is a slight delay in some of the hits that may give your enemies an opportunity to hit you, so beware of that. The staff. This is definitely one of those occasions where you need to time your button presses correctly. Getting the hits at the right time helps determine if this attack is very effective and makes good use of stamina, or if it is a one-time wonder. Compared to the other weapons, it takes a long time for the attack animations to end, so you have to wait patiently before you press the next button for the next attack. Pressing any of these combos too quickly may make it so that they have no effect, and will definitely make it so that your stamina drains more quickly. The staff combos are pretty effective, but a little more difficult to pull off, what with the delayed timings. The spear. The second combo has a very nice area of effect that you can keep doing until your stamina runs out. The third combo isn't very fancy, but if you are looking to cause a lot of damage just to a single body part, then this combo may be a good option. The hammer. I couldn't find any extra combos for the hammer. There are just the two standard combos that seem to work for all weapons. That would be the single R1, R2, R2, and the reverse R2, R1, R1. Although the second combo does allow you to keep pressing R1 to continue the combo until your stamina runs out. I did notice that the attack changes a little if you charge the R1 first and then hit R2, R2. Single rigged. The first combo is pretty easy, but the second is very difficult. If you do it right, it ends with a big stab into the torso. But it is difficult because the timings don't seem to match the animations. You have to press them in with the same amount of time between each, ignoring the wind-up time animations and so forth. So, to say that again, where with the larger weapons you have to press a button, then wait a few seconds for the animation to complete, then press the next button and so on. With this one, you can just go bum, 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 bum. And if you do that at a reasonable rate, not too fast, not too slow, then the combo will work. The third combo is pretty easy. Twin rigged. The first combo has a jump away. The second combo allows you to press R1 for as long as your stamina lasts. But as you can see by how many hits I take, this combo doesn't stagger enemies very well, which is perhaps why some of the twin-rigged weapons also have additional elemental inflictions such as poison and nano, perhaps to make up for the fact that these weapons don't stagger enemies very well. As for the third combo, you just keep pressing R1 and then R2 over and over again until your stamina runs out. Also, I think the twin-rigged is the best melee weapon for taking out drones very quickly. You just run towards the drone and press heavy or light attack whenever you get near, and you will slide into the drone and smash it. The double duty. The first combo is actually very difficult to do. You have to press the buttons and then wait for what feels like a very long time for the animation to almost finish before you can press the next button. If you press the attack buttons too soon, before the last attack has finished, then it switches from a two-handed weapon to a one-handed weapon, which isn't terrible, but it means your combo will not pull off. Press the R2 button, and then you press the R1 button and you wait for the animation to almost complete, and then you just keep pressing the R1 button as often as you like until your stamina has depleted. The third combo, you need to press the R1 button sort of slowly and wait for a suitable amount of time to pass, and then press the R2 heavy attack so that your character does another two-handed attack. Once that attack hits, you can start fast pressing the R2 attack, and this crazy two-handed move happens. Heavy duty. I got a lot of use out of pressing R2, R2, and then repeatedly pressing R1. I think the actual combo is R2, R2, R1, R1, but in the end I just keep pressing R1 and my character keeps spinning. I put almost all of my upgrade points into stamina, so spinning my way through enemies became a pretty useful tactic. Here I aimed for the head, and I used R2, R2, R1, R1, and I got very lucky because it took out both of them very quickly. Perhaps one of the good things about the Surge 2 is the fact that you are often encouraged to change weapons as the game progresses, which means under most circumstances the combos I have listed in this article will become at least partially useful, even if you eventually decide to stick to certain types of weapons. Hit unarmored areas for quicker kills. Attacking armoured areas and cutting said parts off will often yield valuable items. This is also true when you cut off the limbs that are holding weapons. However, there are times when getting the kill is more important than cutting things off the enemy. When you are prioritizing the kill over harvesting items, then aim for areas that have no armour. Take this example here, where I aim for an armoured part of the enemy. I hit the armour with a charged R2, 6 R1s, and I conduct a finishing move. Here we have the same enemy again, but I aim for an unarmoured head. This time it only takes a charged R2 and 3 R1s, which is 50% less effort than when I attacked the armoured area. If you are taking on several enemies at once, then attacking unarmoured areas will be a big time saver, and it will significantly improve your chances of survival. Pair this advice with the combo lessons that you learned in the previous tip, and killing difficult groups of enemies becomes a lot easier. It looks chaotic, but I am charging my health from battery power and regaining my health as I go, because as you recall from an earlier tip, you can press heal while you are attacking and it still works. A good charge attack will destroy a shield. Charge up your heavy attack, which is R2 or right trigger, and if your weapon has enough damage, then the shield will break. Otherwise, a charged light attack with R1 or the right bumper may take out a shield, though you may have to do it twice. Different weapons are better at breaking shields. As a rule of thumb, a charged heavy attack with a bigger heavy weapon will usually destroy a shield right away. It doesn't matter where you target when you attack a shield. The logic is that if you were aiming for something like the leg, head, body, etc., then the enemy is going to block that using the shield. You certainly don't have to target the arm that the enemy is using to carry the shield. While trying to destroy a shield, many people will instinctively attack the arm that is holding it, but as I say, this is not necessary. Killing the boss, Little Johnny. Little Johnny is weak to nanotechnology damage. You should start by picking up the Darkened Dragoon. It starts off at Mark level 2, but if you wish, you can upgrade it. It is also a spear, which makes it perfect for poking at the boss while it is flailing around. From the first Medibay, here is the way to the Darkened Dragoon. There is technically a shorter route, but this is the best one because you have to pass through the security gate in order to set off the alarms. Setting off the alarms will alert the people on the structure to the right, and they will unseal the magnetic lift. Wait for the enemy to descend down, and then use the lift to go up. Run across, go down the next magnetic lift, and over here is where the box appears with the darkened dragoon spear in it. Before running in with all guns blazing, let's have a look at armor. Try to have a full set of armor before going into the boss fight because you will need the defense, and try to level up the darkened dragoon if you can. As for implants, the Medivoltaic injection is a pretty vital one, but don't bother with the OmniHealth Observer because you won't need it for this boss. The only other implant that is important is the Directional Block Analyzer. However, if you are looking for advice on other implants, then the Physical Aggression Redirector is useful, as is the Deflection Damage Enhancer. You may also like the Dynamic Redirector implant. Here is how you get this implant. It is pretty far out of your way, but it may give you that certain edge that you need if you are really struggling with this boss. From the medbay, go this way and slide attack this enemy here. This gives you a bit of tech scrap that you can use each time you retry the boss. This means that you can leave your tech scrap in the arena during the fight and let it heal you, and you don't have to worry about retrieving it. You can start by running in and using up all of your drone ammunition. But it doesn't do too much good, and aiming using the projectile weapon is sometimes difficult. I would strongly suggest that you try to get this boss's special weapon because it comes in very handy for later bosses who are weak to poison. In order to get the special weapon, you need to attack and cut off both of Little Johnny's forceps, which are these here. Destroy his canisters, which are these here. You then need to destroy each of his 3 feet. You target Little Johnny with R3 and then use L2 or left trigger to select the external or internal components. Getting to grips with this targeting system can be a little tricky, so you may have to dodge around a little while you get your target. You target the areas you wish to attack with R3, using L2 or left trigger to select internal or external parts, and then you use your directional analog button to select the part you wish to attack. Near the very beginning of the fight, stay at a distance until you have picked the part you wish to attack. You may then move in and begin your assault. Before getting into the 2 fighting styles you can adopt in order to beat this boss, you need to know when to dodge. It can be tricky, but the rule of thumb is that when you see it making a big move, you dodge away once. It will try to stomp on you, but dodging once in any direction will avoid it. It will also wind up and stomp down, in which case you need to dodge away. So, when you see it starting to move, just dodge away once and you will usually be fine. As I say, there are 2 different fighting styles that you can adopt if you wish to beat this boss. You can use the parry method, or you can use the dodge and stab method. Let's start with the parry method, which, in my opinion, is the most difficult method, but if pulled off correctly, is probably one of the most efficient ways to take down the boss and receive the special weapon. Though I must admit that this early in the game, it does take a lot of skill. Following the order, forceps, canisters, legs, you start by selecting its forceps, which may take a moment because you have to select the boss, then select its internal parts, and then use the directional buttons to reach the forceps. Note how little Johnny has 3 shields near his health bar. This means that the boss needs 3 perfect parries before it will stagger. Though it isn't immediately obvious, you do not need to get 3 parries in a row. Every time you get a perfect parry, one of the shields fades out. This means you can parry one time perfectly, then miss a bunch of others, and that first perfect parry will still count. Parry enough times, and all the shields will have faded out, and the boss will be staggered. Beware of the forward stomp attack. This is not something that you can parry, so you will have to dodge backwards when you see the boss starting to move. If you see it starting to move, and there isn't a directional indicator, then dodge backwards just one time, and the stomp will miss you. Spear weapons do make this boss battle a little easier. You need to keep a little bit of distance between you and the boss. If the boss gets too close, you will lose your target lock-on, which means you will have to press R3 and reselect its limbs, which is both a hassle and can be distracting when you are trying to avoid its attacks. Plus, if you don't have the boss selected, then the directional indicator won't work. Attacking the forceps first, block and wait for the parry. Don't forget to let go of the block whenever possible because it will allow your stamina to regain. Cut off the forceps and then move on to destroy the canisters. The canisters have pink color inside their shields. This means that some of your weaker attacks may bounce off the canisters. That is why it is probably best that your first attacks on the canisters are charged R2 or charged right trigger attacks, because these powerful attacks will help you to remove the pink shielding. When you have destroyed the canisters and you finally get to its feet, just attack whichever foot is close enough, remembering to dodge away from its smash attacks. You will have to keep pressing R3 to select whichever foot is closest to you. It is a little bit frantic, but all you need do is start target locking whichever foot is closest to you, and then getting some damage quick before you have to move or before the boss moves. Get a few hits in and then move. You move, you dodge until you get to the next foot. It is important to be very aggressive at this stage. Keep pressing forwards and healing while you attack. At this stage in the fight, the boss wants you to fall back or to stop moving so that it can poison you. Use your battery power to store healing injectables and keep your health high. Don't forget that your healing injectables work whilst you are mid-fight. This means you can be hitting the boss and healing at the same time. If you stay aggressive, you will prevail, especially since you don't have to stop or move away in order to heal. The other method by which you may take this boss down, it mostly involves dodging away and taking opportunistic stabs at the enemy. It takes longer and often devolves into you attacking the boss simply to charge up your battery so that you can heal, where with a lot of perseverance and a bit of luck, you can usually plow your way through to the end. Just like with the parry method, you press R3 to target the enemy, and then press L2 or left trigger to select the inner parts. You then use the analog directional stick to select the forcep on the left or the right. Do not worry too much about the EMP mines that it drops out on the floor. You can actually get hit by 1 or 2 of them without it causing you any bother, so don't allow them to distract you from what the boss is doing. Again, you fight the boss by attacking its parts in order: the forceps, the canisters, and then the legs. Remember to dodge just once when you see it move, and then start getting in a few opportunistic stabs while the boss is flailing around. You can get in close around the back of the boss's cabin. Some people are skilled at getting in there with smaller weapons and doing a lot of damage, but that is mostly a tactic for speedrunners who can anticipate their dodges perfectly and who are not interested in getting the very valuable boss's special weapon, which I should remind you is a good weapon for taking down some of the later bosses. The finisher button prompt comes up and it is possible to take off the forcep. Now it is time to attack the canisters under the main cabin. Being overly cautious, but you can see how the attack pattern is pretty predictable. Do a single dodge when it does a large footstep, and then stay alert for those big smashes into the ground that the boss does. Once you are used to its pattern, you can actually walk to avoid the big foot stomps, removing the need to dodge. Stay pretty close to the boss, only moving away to heal up or to charge up some of your healing injectables. Getting just behind and to the side of the boss makes attacking the canisters a little easier. Once the canisters are destroyed, it is time to move on to the legs. There isn't much finesse to this part of the fight. You are attacking whichever leg is the nearest to you. Broken leg parts will start spewing out poison, but it shouldn't cause you too much bother at this stage in the fight. This is more something that trips up people who attack the legs first and then spend the entire fight getting poisoned. At this stage, all you need do is keep dodging and targeting the leg that is nearest to you. The legs and the feet themselves don't have a massive amount of health, so it is just a case of wearing the boss down and being aggressive. Keep pumping your health and load up on health injectables as you go. The special weapon you receive is Little Johnny's Forceps version 2. There is another version of the forceps in this game, but this is the only poisonous version. There are actually very few poisonous weapons in this game, which is sad because quite a few enemies are weak to poison. Poison weapons, like Johnny's forceps, are not the sort of weapons that will carry you through the game, but if you are struggling with certain bosses or certain human enemies, you can maintain a sort of hit, poison, run methodology where you allow your enemy's health to tick down while you run around and avoid them. Are you still struggling with Little Johnny? If you are having trouble taking down this boss, then perhaps it is time to level up a little and come back to Little Johnny when you have more powerful gear. A nice way to level up and improve your gear early is to fight enemies that are guarding checkpoints. They usually have higher level stuff that you can harvest so you may improve your gear and weapons. Remember where you found the Darkened Dragoon from the last tip? From that point, go down this way and run around. Here you will find a new medbay. Open it up. From now on, when you respawn after dying, you will respawn here. From the medibay, move over here and take on the security guards. A charged heavy attack will take out the guard's shield. Try to pull them away from each other. They are pretty tough, and trying to fight more than one at a time is overly difficult in the earlier stages of the game. You will probably be healing a lot, but remember to keep at least one battery charge so that you can do the finishing move. The second guard with the gun is not as tough, but you still have to keep moving. Notice how that firstly you get a nice bit of tech scrap, and secondly that the parts are Mark V. Even if you are very early in the game and you are only using Mark II gear, it is possible to break down higher leveled parts to fix up your own stuff. Running through the security gates will alert the other two guards, one of whom is a robot. Try to pull the human guard away for a one-on-one fight. Then I wouldn't blame you for going back to the Medibay, banking your scrap, and starting the whole grinding session again. However, if you are feeling super brave, you can take on the robot, but it is at a very tough level. The robot is at gear level 6, and if you are not close to that level yourself, you are going to have a hard time. Albeit pretty worth it if you do kill the robot. If you stick around this area and farm these security guards, then it is eventually possible to rank all of your gear up to Mark V, which will then make it significantly easier to take on the Little Johnny boss. Where to go after Little Johnny? I bring this up because I didn't know where to go after Little Johnny. So starting from where we came in, go over here and unlock the shipping container with your newly acquired EMP-44 starfish. Fire once to set it and press again to use it. Collect the metal scrap and then come over here. Grab the audio log and more metal scrap. Then all the way back over here is another shipping container. This here is the door out of the area. As you see, you unlock it and proceed to leave. The EMP-44 starfish can unlock other items like magnetic lifts and things that are magnetically sealed. The EMP-44 starfish drone can also be used as somewhat of a weapon. It causes electricity elemental damage to enemies and is one of the primary methods for killing the PAX robot, which is a large sentry gun that I will explain how to disable later on in this video. The EMP drone also comes in handy during a boss fight or two, and if you have the sadly rather short DLC missions, then it also helps you to disable the underground crabs that are seemingly impervious to all your other weapons. Anyway, going this way, that is how you get back to somewhere familiar after taking down Little Johnny. You should recognize this Medibay. You can change your implants during boss fights. There is something called the Dark Souls gaming model, where you will lose things when your character dies, and then you are given an opportunity to retrieve said things before you lose them permanently. There are also things such as varied weapons, leveling up by collecting things from your defeated foes, difficult boss battles, and so forth. Another one of the more infuriating Dark Souls mechanics is the inability to pause. This game has taken a lot from the Dark Souls playing methodology, but the inability to pause is not one of them. People coming from the Souls-born Elden Ring gaming world will not feel comfortable pausing during a boss fight in order to switch things out, but it is actually something you can do in this game. In fact, it is highly encouraged because most bosses have phases. These phases will usually consist of a single life bar that is depleted, and when the next phase comes along, the life bar is refilled and the boss will start fighting in a very different way. For example, where during the first boss phase you may be easily able to parry the boss, during the second or third phase you may not be able to parry it at all, or at the very least it is more difficult to parry. During the boss fight, you can change out your implants, typically to suit whatever the boss is going to do next when it changes its fighting style. Perhaps after the first phase, you may remove your parrying implants and swap them out for something else. take a look here and you can see that with the Robotic Disruptor Implant, I do 366 damage. During the fight, I swap out the implant and I use the Manslayer instead, and I do 503 damage. In short, it may be tactically beneficial to swap out some of your implants during a boss fight. And even though it appears obvious within the realms of this game itself, if you are coming over from a Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Elden Ring sort of game, then the fact you can pause and switch things up may seem a little less familiar. Explore the map without doing it obsessively. You should explore because it is part of the fun and it is rewarding. There are things littered around the map, usually hidden away in boxes or lying around on the floor. However, with that said, there is no need to obsessively search every nook and cranny of the map, because the most powerful and most game-changing items are very difficult to miss. The map has that Soulsborne feature where the map will curl back in on itself, allowing you to open up shortcuts that take you back to starting areas. Backtracking to older areas is fun and often mandatory, and that is when you will often find the things you missed earlier or the things you couldn't get earlier. There is even a gate in the starting prison that cannot be opened until you get the EMP-44 Starfish drone attachment a little later in the game. Again, do explore, but don't feel like you have to scour every area with a fine-tooth comb because success in this game doesn't demand it. Can you rely on projectiles? The game doesn't allow you to rely on projectiles to push through the bigger chunks of the game, but if you are in a risky position with very little health and very little battery power, then you may be able to rely on your projectile weapon to help you push through some of the more difficult parts of the game. Here, I use the auto rifle from a safe distance to take out an annoying projectile enemy. They can be used to chip off health from bosses and larger enemies, and may even play an integral part of your plan for taking down a boss. They are situational weapons, such as when you use the sniper rifle to take down an enemy that is causing you problems. When you favor projectiles, in most cases you are going to run out of ammunition pretty quickly. Do note that you will receive Omnicell ammunition at your feet, even when you use the drone to kill enemies far away. For some reason, the Omnicell ammunition falls at your feet rather than wherever the enemy is situated. Also, there are implants and armor that help you carry more Omnicell ammunition, and some will even help you generate more Omnicell ammunition. Assuming you are shooting for unarmored body parts, especially unarmored heads, then the cost of Omnicell ammunition per kill is pretty worth it. Also, there is an Omnicell implant that allows you to carry more Omnicell ammunition, and it is handy if you are going to rely on projectile weapons during your playthrough. The Implant Drone Proximity Adapter can make your Omnicell ammunition go a little further. It is only a shame that in most cases you have to visit a Medibay to fully restock your ammunition. Otherwise, you could probably rely on projectiles as a mainstay of your in-game combat. Placing banners for tech scrap. If the online functions are still working when you play, then you can place banners in the world, and if other players do not find them, then you get a reward of 5,000 tech scrap. If some people find your banner, then you receive a partial payment. I should mention that if you are playing on a network that asks you to pay for online multiplayer, you do not need to be a member in order to place banners in the gaming world. However, you will need an internet connection, and obviously the servers for the game will still have to be running. You can find the drone for adding banners just here next to the starting area of the game. Hiding banners in the later stages of the game means that you're more likely to be successful because there are fewer people in the later game than in the starting areas. Also, put banners in places that are typically blocked off by poison. Alternatively, place them near ledges and on edges where cautious players will not risk going. If you are going to play the banner hide-and-seek game, then try to be creative. For example, there is a runway up to the Little Johnny boss, and most players run right off the ledge and never bother to look back, all of which makes this a very good hiding place for a banner. On the other hand, there are some people, myself included, who will literally drop a banner anywhere so that other players can enjoy a small tech scrap bonus whenever they find your banner. In addition, the amount they take off your reward is pretty small, so it doesn't really matter if too many people find your banner. People can see your gaming name on your banner, which means, if they were so inclined, they could make a note of it and maybe possibly get in contact with you over your gaming network, which may be something that some people find undesirable. As I am aware, I believe most, if not all networks, have privacy functions where even if people have your name or your handle, they still can't contact you without your permission. Again, if the online features are still working when you play, then placing banners can be fun. Consider placing one before you finish playing for the day, so that then, when you restart the game another day, you will probably be rewarded with your tech scrap bonus as soon as you load your save. Slide attack into proximity and EMP drones. There are crawling drones with proximity mines that are often tricky because they explode before you have chance to hit them. The best way to deal with them is to run at them and press either a light or heavy attack shoulder button. This initiates a sliding attack, which takes out crawling drones before they can attack. This is also true of EMP drones too. Selecting enemies when they are grouped up. Press R3 to start the targeting system. You can then use the directional buttons to switch between target body areas. To switch between enemies, press the L2 on PlayStation or the left trigger on the Xbox controller. Switching between enemies is especially helpful when using the drone in areas with a higher density of robot enemies. To recap, you press the R3 to start the targeting system, and that will allow you to target parts of a single enemy. To then switch to another enemy, you press the L2 button on the PlayStation or the left trigger button on the Xbox controller. My favorite mid-game weapon. The Moonlight is a weapon you pick up after the Little Johnny and the Brother Eli bit, or it is something you pick up even earlier if you are keen on exploring the dangerous areas. Here are the directions to the Moonlight from the nearest medbay in downtown Metro that leads on to Capitol Square. Just to clarify, you will probably spend much of your time changing weapons throughout this game. It is not as much fun nor as efficient if you stick to just one weapon, but during the early to mid-game, I kept coming back to the Moonlight. You can see here that I get the weapon after cutting off this enemy's arm, but I don't actually get the notification for it until I kill this other guy here. He also drops a rather interesting weapon if you would like to harvest his while you are up here. Weapons classified as heavy duty are the slowest and hardest hitting of all the weapons in the game, and the Moonlight is a heavy duty. This makes staggering enemies easier, which, as you will recall from a previous tip, is a way to make enemies cancel attacks by attacking them. Plus, part of my playstyle is to level up my stamina, which makes it much easier to rely on heavier weapons. The R1, R2, R2 combo deals a nice amount of damage to armored enemy parts on a single enemy. As you can see, the combo was very effective on the weaker enemy to the point where I didn't get a chance to cut off his armor. But with the next enemy, you can see how effective the Heavy Duty's R1, R2, R2 combo really is. It powers through the enemy's attack and still allows me to harvest their body parts when I'm done. For crowd control, in my opinion, the best combo is the one that starts with R2 and then you keep pressing R1 in time with the attack animations. You have to time your button presses correctly if you want to exploit as much of your stamina as possible. You start the combo with the R2 button, which is a very slow attack, and then you press R1 and then press R1 again, and you keep pressing it in time with the attack animations as they go. To make it even more damaging, the R2, R1, R1, R1 combo can be started with a charged R2 attack. Here is how it looks when you start the combo with a charged R2 attack. Starting the combo with a charged R2 is especially useful when you are taking on enemies who have shields because it breaks their shields and allows your subsequent hits to land. As I mentioned, different weapons suit different enemies and scenarios, and each weapon has its downsides. In this case, the weapon is slow moving, which means any projectile enemies are going to interrupt your attacks and leave you very vulnerable. See here how I keep trying to start a combo, but the projectile enemy keeps interrupting me. If you are relying on heavy-duty weapons, try to take down the projectile enemies first. With the heavier enemies, you may have to pull off a parry before you can do the R1, R2, R2 armor combo, because they will interrupt any attempts you make if they are not severely staggered first. Defeating the Brother Eli boss. Starting with implants. You will need the Medivoltaic injection and the Physical Aggression Redirector. The Drone Proximity Adapter is also very handy, as is the Manslayer. Then, if you are leveled up enough and can also run the Omni Health Observer and the Omni Cell Clip, then you should do so. To try to keep the demonstrations fair, I won't be using these additional implants during the demonstrations, but I do suggest that you take and you use them if you have the core power. Here is where you will find the Drone Proximity Adapter. It is inside the Jericho Seaside Court. Here is where you find the Manslayer implant. As for weapons, I would suggest you use whichever weapon you have leveled up the most and whichever you are most comfortable with. However, if you are trying to play against the boss's weaknesses, then poison is pretty effective and is readily available from the Little Johnny's Forceps version 2 that you picked up from Little Johnny if you followed my guide and you cut off his forceps before killing him. If you want the special weapon, you will have to attack his right arm. This is another situation where if you fail to get the special weapon, then quit out of the game, go to continue and revert your save file and then try again. Here is the boss and you will see that he is very human, which is why the Manslayer implant is so useful. If you already have some health injectables banked, then that is good. Don't worry about which armor to use. Just wear as higher leveled pieces as you can for added damage resistance. The demonstration that you are watching here is what I call the poison method, and it is pretty simple. You get in quickly, you do as much damage as you can, and you inflict poison on the boss. Once the poison is inflicted, you dodge away and you allow the poison to slowly whittle away the boss's health. Even now, look at how long he has been poisoned. It takes a painfully long time for the poison effect to wear off, and all the time it is grinding down at his health. You will have to be aggressive, and you will have to tank a little damage yourself, but once the poison is inflicted, it is simply a case of staying out of his way. Remember that you still have to do enough damage to his right arm if you want that bonus weapon at the end. This means when you inflict poison, make sure you inflict it on his right arm. I take off the boss's right arm using the pistol drone. This means that if you are having trouble getting the finishing prompt, you could use the drone to do the cutting for you. This demonstration I call the energy method, and it is a little more sophisticated. You are attacking his right arm with an energy weapon, and you are shooting the EMP drone at him. This is handy by the fact that you can stun him and do added damage to his right arm, and also for the fact that the drone will also do energy damage to his other followers and the robotics he uses, which means you are covered against all threats. When he is stunned, he will stand facing any old direction, which may make it tough to get a direct hit on his right arm. That is why the physical aggression redirector, the implant I mentioned earlier, is so important. It ensures that most of the damage you do ends up damaging the body parts that you are targeting. Also notice how when it goes off very near the turret drone, the EMP blast actually destroys it. This is one of the other benefits of using the EMP drone during this fight. The drone takes about 10 seconds to cool down before it recharges. In this demonstration here, I give you general battle tips. Here is the full fight with just the salvaged gouger and the laser pistol drone. The drone proximity adapter implant comes into its own yet again in this fight, as do the implants, the manslayer, and the physical aggression redirector. For starters, I have seen some people use the block and parry method with this boss to great effect, but his attacks have such an odd timing and direction that it is very difficult to get good parries on this boss. Plus, during the later stages, getting the parry is even harder while his friends and drones are attacking you from all sides. I would suggest you fight this boss with more of a hit-and-run dodging tactic rather than a block and parry methodology. Keep him at a distance. Try to learn his combos and especially his wind-up animations. His weapon movements are pretty fast, but he has this small wind-up delay that telegraphs when he is going to hit. These are the moments when you should dodge away. Again, don't forget that you should be attacking his right arm if you want his special weapon. Definitely attack any of the drones he drops, but perhaps don't worry too much about any of the friends that he calls over. I find that when I attack them, he will sneak up on me and punish me for it. You are probably better off focusing all of your attacks on the boss and dodging around his friends. When both of his friends have turned up to the party, his health is typically low enough for you to finish off his right arm with your drone weapon. You can use the drone to knock down his health sufficiently so that you can get the finishing move on his arm, or if you have enough ammunition, you could keep shooting at his arm until he is dead and his arm comes off. Don't worry about finishing off his friends or their drones because they will die as soon as he is dead. The weapon you get after all of this is the Warhammer of Forced Conversion. It doesn't seem like anything special, but it levels up nicely and it has a fair amount of energy gain, and works well if you combine it with the A.I.D. Eclipse body gear. See here, when you pair this weapon with the Eclipse body gear, you see that even though it doesn't change the impact rating of the hammer directly, see here, when I put on the armor, my overall impact in the bottom right corner goes up from 43 to 51. Getting armor bonuses with insufficient core power. There are these odd pieces of clothing that you can pick up from the stores in the game. Buy them and they will make up for other pieces in your armor that may be missing. As they say here, they count towards all other set bonuses. So, let's say that I want to wear the entire VULTR armor set, but I can't because my implants are taking up too much of my core power. So in that case, I can put on all of the armor set except for the helmet, and in place of the helmet I put the backwards facing hat. As you can see, I still have the full VULTR armor set bonuses, but I don't have to spend the additional core power. The only downside to this is that I don't get the added defense benefits that I would get from wearing the actual VULTR helmet. Turning off the finishing moves animations. Just a quick look through the options. If you like the camera to bob when your character is running, a feature commonly seen in first-person shooters, then you can turn on camera bobbing here. By default, it is turned off because it may make some people feel queasy. Here, you will see the finishing sequence rate. By default, it is set to high. If the finishing animations are wearing a little thin, you can turn them down to low, or you can turn them off. On the other hand, if you love them, you can toggle this function to always, and it will show the finishing animation every time. By default, the game is set to performance mode, and you can leave it on performance, or you can bump up the graphics and set it to quality. The choice is yours in this case. An interesting option is the damage numbers, which you can turn off if you want. They don't bother me so much in this game because they allow me to see how effective some of my weapons are on certain parts of the body. Finally, it is probably a little late to tell you this one, but in the controls there is an option for left-handed players. It switches the function of the L and R directional analog sticks, so that more precise movements may be made using the left hand rather than the right. Though I would say that if you are left-handed and you have already grown accustomed to playing the game with the default settings, then I would suggest that you leave them the way they are. Comparing leveled weapons to unleveled weapons. One of the great things about this game is that you can pick up new weapons, and they are often partially already leveled up. If you are planning which weapons to use and which weapons to level up, you can compare them with an even footing. The compare button is on the bottom of the screen. In my case, it is triangle. To toggle between weapon levels, use the right analog directional stick. Levels are color-coded. You can see here that if the Dark Star was at level 5, like the Moonlight that I am holding, then it would actually have a higher damage output. The 2 ways to take down packs. There is a mission with Penny at Penny's Prime Deli that has a few easily missable features. Before taking on her mission, you should try to take down the Pax Sentry, which is that thing over there. Actually, while I'm here, there is a weird thing where, see how from over here it looks like Penny's is open, but as I move over here, you can see past this point 2 guards appear and her shutters come down. If you have already taken down Little Johnny, and you have the EMP-44 starfish, you can simply come up behind it and deactivate it using the drone. If you haven't got the EMP drone yet, you can disable the Pax Sentry this way. Up through here, you can run through these boxes, take out this enemy, down there is the Pax Sentry. You use this console to open up the gate just there, then you use this console to activate the EMP drones. They march over there and disable the Pax Sentry. Now that the sentry is down, it is a good time to do the Penny mission. Getting everything from the Penny Delicatessen side quest. I mentioned there were things to miss in this side quest, so here is what you do if you don't want to miss anything. There are quite a few side quest spoilers here, so skip this tip if you don't want to see them, but be aware that you may miss some things if you do skip this section. Now that you have taken packs offline, you can go over here and defeat these 2 beefy enemies. Like many enemies in the game, they are one-off enemies, which means they will not respawn the next time you use a medbay. Collect whatever they drop, and collect the metal scrap over here. Penny will now open her shop. Do not engage her in conversation, just ask to see her wares. Doing things in this order means you are able to buy the 2 graffiti tags on the left. If you do not take out those 2 enemies first, she will sell you other things, but she won't sell you those graffiti tags. If you do not have enough currency to buy the tags, the implant, and the smell saver, then go grind up a little tech scrap from the nearby enemies so that you can buy them all before you continue. The thing is that Penny won't be selling you anything in the near future, so it's best to buy up her unique items now, except for the Omni cells which you can buy anywhere. When this is done, it is time to run all the way around the back, all the way to her deli. Start the side quest by going inside and speaking to her. You can kill the enemies on the way if you want. I am just running past them. Do not kill the enemy over there. I took a little damage there from one of the enemies that I ignored. Open the doors, pick up the metal scrap, and talk to Penny. Pick the option, "Sorry, how can I make up for it?" Then select, "I can help." Say goodbye, and then go outside to face the enemy we left alone earlier. Provoke him, and the enemy will drop a proximity mine drone. Kill it, and you will get the part that Penny needs. Go back in here, but first, if the online features are still functioning when you play, and you are placing banners, then equip your banner drone before continuing. Dropping the banner here is by no means a vital part of this mission, but you are about to open up a great place to hide one if you are interested in that sort of thing. Talk to her again, selecting "Here's your spare." Look to the right and you will see that the door is now open. Go in here, collect the metal scrap, and then place a banner near the blades. Again, the banner thing has nothing to do with the mission, but it is a good place to place a banner because this area is only open for a tiny fraction of time within the game, which means very few people will have the opportunity to retrieve your banner over the course of an hour. It is important that you equip a weaker weapon before you run inside and face off with Penny. Penny has a fairly good weapon that she holds in her right hand, and the only way to get it is to cut off her right arm. The problem is that she has almost no defense, which means it is very easy to accidentally kill her before you can cut off her arm. This is another occasion where, if you do not get the weapon, you should quit the game, go to continue, and revert your save so that you can try again. I cut off her arm, and I get her keycard and her VULTR Ultra. If you enjoy playing with one-handed weapons, then Penny's VULTR Ultra is pretty good. Once you have her weapon and her keycard, go over here. Open this up and talk to this lady. You need to select "Penny is gone, I'm not with her." This next option is one reason why so many people miss this reward. Many people like to play in an honourable way and will perhaps say, "No need, it's what I'm here for." However, in this case, being honourable will not get you her reward. What you need to select is "Damn right you should." Do this and her keycard will unlock the maglev lift outside. Pick up the meat on the table, and that is it. That is everything you can get from the Penny Deli side quest. The meat does come in handy later in the game when you get to Cloud 9. Doing this part early means you do not have to backtrack later on in the game. Go outside and the maglev lift is unlocked. This takes you right back to your primary medbay in this area. And as a side note, if you are looking to farm and grind up some of the mobile turrets, or perhaps the turret mines, then this area is pretty good for it. You can use the maglev lift to go back and forth from your medbay to respawn enemies, come back down here, farm up a few items, go back, and over grinding away. Later in the game, you will see that Jennifer is now selling meat at the deli. She is still selling human meat, but she sells the meat of everybody rather than just the innocent. The only thing she sells differently is the rusty metal. The weird thing is that the rusty metal allows you a way to cheese the trophy for carrying 100,000 tech scrap. The trophy or achievement is called Can't Trust Banks. Here is how you do it, but it takes ages. You go around as normal and you bank your tech scrap until you have 100,000. You then go to this shop while it is under Jennifer's management and you buy the rusty scrap. When you buy the rusty scrap, the credits are taken from your banked balance before it takes from your carried balance. See here how the banked tech scrap is being spent first. After you have bought enough to empty your bank account, you come out of the shop and you go into your inventory. You then convert the rusty scrap into tech scrap that you carry around. Get your carried tech scrap number up to 100,000 and you will receive the Can't Trust Banks trophy or achievement. The biggest problem with this method is that the buying and selling process takes such a very long time. I actually suggest that you weigh down the button with something on your controller and then do something else while you are buying and converting, because it is no fun sitting there holding a button waiting for it to buy or to convert. As I sort of hinted, the only reason that rusty tech scrap is sold, and the only reason it exists, is to allow people to cheese this trophy or achievement, and perhaps to a lesser extent, to allow them to cheese the risk-tolerant trophy too. Paying off the debt collector in the Simple Favor quest. Just a few things about the Simple Favor quest. Firstly, here is how you find the debt collector. He is tucked away somewhere that can be easily overlooked. Secondly, have at least 2,000 tech scrap on you before you go. This is one of those rare occasions where having the tech scrap banked won't help you. Thirdly, pick up this tech scrap here on his bed. You can break it down for 1,000 pieces of tech scrap, and he doesn't seem to mind. Which really is odd when you consider that it is 50% of what he is owed. Anyway, you have two options. You can kill him, or you can pay him the 2,000 tech scrap. Killing him is the most beneficial thing to do because there are no negative consequences to killing him unless he somehow gets away and you fail the mission. If you kill him, you get whatever he drops, and it doesn't cost you 2,000 tech scrap to complete the side quest. I made the odd decision to pay him and then kill him. Again, there is no real benefit to doing this other than it gives you the option to tell Molly that you paid him off or that you killed him when you talk to her next. In this case, whatever he dropped ended up falling off the ledge, so I had to hop down there and get it. As a side note, this is a pretty funky way of getting down there without dying. Make your choice, kill him, pay him, or do both. As you can see here, I have the option to tell her I paid the debt and to tell her I killed him because I both paid and killed him. When you return to Jericho Seaside Court, you can tell Molly Fox what you did, and the quest A Simple Favor will be marked as completed. You can now buy a graffiti tag from her and version 1 of Little Johnny's Forceps. The Witness, how to give A.I.D armor to the stranger. Now that you have defeated the two brothers, Johnny and Eli, you are free to go back to old areas in the game. Try to do this mission fairly early. For starters, visit your closest medbay and build a set of A.I.D armor. If you have already built it and upgraded it, then today is not your day, because you are going to have to give it away to beat this side mission. Once you have given it away, you can rebuild it, but you will have to level it up again if you are planning on using it. You will probably recognize this area. It is an area in which you will receive a secret message to meet a stranger. While you are here, take down this enemy. One of its arms has been cut off and it has taken damage. You need to cut off the other arm to receive the twin-rigged weapon, the JCPD taser grips. Hop down here and take down this guy. Use your EMP drone to open this door and to walk on through. Talk to the guy and pick Work Together How. Then pick Sure, I'm a pro at collecting armor pieces. Since you have already crafted the A.I.D armor, you don't need to go away and come back. So you can pick the next option, which is got some A.I.D gear for you. This will take you to a merchant screen. You can buy some graffiti tags and some Omni cells if you wish. However, to complete this part of the side quest, you will need to go to Sell and then sell the entire complete set of your A.I.D armor. On its own, this will bank you a fair amount of tech scrap for your armor set. As you can see, you also get a face mask that works in a very similar way to the backward turned hat, and you will get some Mark V upgrade material. In the box, once the stranger has left, you will find the Pain Enhancer Implant. It lowers your defense by 1000 and increases the damage you take by 100%. The Pain Enhancer Implant is only to be used by people who wish to further challenge themselves while playing the Surge 2. The Pain Enhancer has no other benefit even if you pair it with implants or armor that reward you for having low health. If you also have the correct DLC for the Surge 2, you will also receive a weapon called Warren's Well-Used Cutter. Killing the boss, Brother Truman. From this medbay, make your way to Brother Truman. Once you have reached the stage where you have destroyed Little Johnny, and you have beaten Brother Eli, you should consider killing Brother Truman. You can provoke him simply by telling him that you killed his brother Eli. If you kill him now before he moves on, then you can get the Brother Truman's Faith weapon. If you fail to get his weapon, then the only other place you can get it is through the Challenge of the Spark side quest from Brother Quizman, which is significantly later in the game. Brother Truman is a fairly tricky fight. On the other hand, if you put off the fight for too long and progress too far through the game without killing Brother Truman, then you will meet him later and he will have the weapon Fanatical Excruciator, which is not a unique boss weapon because it can be cut from the Spark Fanatic enemies at the Cathedral of the Spark. You cannot get the Risk-Tolerant trophy or achievement from Brother Truman. He is not considered a true boss. If you attempt the fight and you die, then Brother Truman will move on, and you will have to revert a save if you truly wish to defeat him and to get his special weapon. As for equipment, I would say that by this stage in the game, most people have the VULTR set, so if you wish, you could wear that. For implants, you will need the Medivoltaic Injection, the Physical Aggression Redirector, the Drone Proximity Adapter, and the Omnicell Clip. Those are the ones you really need if you are looking to make this fight a little easier. As for weapons, you are going to want something that deals very precise damage to just his arm. So try a single rigged or a one-handed weapon. You could also use a spear weapon if you are just doing single jabs with the R1 or RB button. Here I choose the Velosaur Ultra, the one that I got from the Penny side quest. To get his weapon, aim for his arm, bring out your drone, stand close, and blast his arm. He will have a small bit of health left, so you will have to get in there with your weapon and do a little more damage to his arm so that you get the finisher prompt. Make sure that you have at least one battery charge so that you can complete the finisher. Finish him and collect your weapon and other rewards. As a side note, you can take down Brother Truman very early in this game and get his weapon. Attack him, step away, and then attack him again, and the fight begins. step away very quickly when the fight starts because he retaliates very hard and very fast. Earlier in the game, this is a very tough fight, and be aware that if you die on your first attempt to kill him, then he will disappear and won't be available again until later in the game. If this happens, quit and go to continue and choose your game, choose your save game, and revert it for another chance at killing Brother Truman. 2 easily missable audio logs. When you go up this way, there is a small alley here. Run down and then up. Open the door and you will probably recognize this area. Run on down here. Open this door. Do so and you will find this stuff and a keycard. Jump on down here. Quickly clear out the trash. The keycard unlocks this door where you find the second audio log. The audio logs are good for making money from the Mr. Scrappy vending machine. Plus, collecting these 2 will help you complete the King of the Looters achievement or trophy. Cut off robot body parts too. It doesn't seem obvious at first, but some robots drop items, and some will even drop weapons if you cut off certain parts of their body. There is a drone here that is pretty early in the game. If you attack its body and complete a finishing move, then you get an implant that lowers the stamina cost of evasive maneuvers. Or take this big robot that hangs around the checkpoint. It is an A.I.D. robot tracker at level 6, and if you cut off its leg, you get this weapon. The point being that you can harvest things from robots too, even if it doesn't seem immediately apparent that you can. In fact, I went back to farm that very same robotic tracker to see if I could get some good level 6 parts from it, and when I knocked off the tail, I got some grenade ammunition. Then, when I took off the right leg, I got the Ancillary core plus 12. This actually being an incredibly useful implant because it gives you 12 extra core power, which means you can use even the most power-hungry implants without having to remove pieces of armor. You can deactivate turret drones. If you get close enough to them and circle around the back, you can deactivate turret drones. They even drop something if you deactivate them. If you deactivate the ones that you watch engineers set up, then you may not receive any items for doing so. However, the ones that are placed stationary as part of the map design all can be deactivated and will almost always yield some sort of droppable reward. Blow a hole in this wall. During later parts of the game, you will come across this little location. It isn't accessible until later in the game, when there is a big world-changing event. Nevertheless, you can use a Molotov to set them on fire and blow them up. Inside are a bunch of enemies and some tech scrap. Getting the "Sorry, didn't see you there" trophy. From the Cloud9 bar, enter Gideon's Rock and sneak up on this guy and do a lot of damage to his head. Let him go invisible and swing at him until you hit him. Jaguar Hunter enemies are able to go invisible thanks to an implant in their chest. If you attack their chest and destroy the implant, they are unable to go invisible. This is handy for later when you are trying to destroy them generally, but in this case, you need the enemy to go invisible. Attacking the head allows you to get in lots of damage while still allowing the enemy to go invisible. When they do go invisible, swing around, remembering that the enemy will try to circle around you, and hopefully you will land a killing blow while the enemy is still invisible. If you don't get it the first time, then go back to the door going towards Cloud9. leave and re-enter to spawn this specific enemy again. Although you can get this trophy or achievement with other enemies in this area, the one here is stationary and starts with its back towards you, which makes it a prime candidate for you to damage and then attack and kill while it is invisible. On a similar note, if you are looking to grab the schematics for the Jaguar armor sooner rather than later, then attacking the 3 enemies near this front gate is a very good idea. You can harvest their parts and then go back through the Cloud 9 door, come back again, respawn the enemy, then keep attacking and collecting until you have all the pieces you need. The Golden Opportunity side quest. This side quest has similarities to the Mysterious Stranger side quest from earlier. You have to find armor pieces, construct them, and then give them away. They go to the bar worker in the Cloud 9 club. The armor schematics can be found in Gideon's Rock. They come from the Gaia statue robots. You can creep up and sneak in a few attacks before the robots are fully awake. You can take a hit-and-run approach with these, but you may have to tank a lot of damage. Also, this enemy is very good at interrupting you when you are charging to attack its shield. You need to put a little bit of distance between you and the robot if you want those few extra moments so that you may charge your weapon to destroy the robot's shield. If you are good at parrying, then these battles are rather easy, but getting the right amount of damage on each body part is very difficult if you take the parry route. Also, there is nothing stopping you from running back to the medbay near the first statue and having it respawn again so that you can collect the rest of its pieces. Taking off the head is the hardest part. Here I have already destroyed the head using the drone, but the robot is still walking around and won't let me cut off its head. I had to do damage to its head even more and damage to its body before it would let me cut off the head. Even then, it was still walking around trying to kill me. Once you have all of the pieces, construct them in the Medibay and then head back to Cloud 9. Head off back down to Cloud 9 and speak with the bar worker. Select I have statue armor pieces for you. Go over here and sell him the armor parts, just like you did for the mysterious stranger earlier in the game. Do this and you will have completed this quest. Beating the Captain Cervantes boss. This boss will no doubt take you by surprise, so you won't have much of a chance to prepare in advance. Although, with that said, there is nothing stopping you from pausing the game and equipping yourself as you see fit. Where many of the comparisons between this game and the Soulsborne games are justified, it is nice to actually have a pause feature so that when your children come running into the room, bouncing tennis balls off of each other's heads, you don't have to abandon your character every time your child decides to post your wallet down the toilet. Either way, prepared or unprepared, remember that he is human, so he is weak to poison and fire. He seems a little weaker to fire than he is to poison. A dodge and attack method will work well in this case. Keep hitting the boss and using the battery power you gain to heal yourself. He seems easily interrupted, so a weapon with a higher impact rating may be useful. Aim to cut off his left leg if you want the special combat drone, the JAG 1000 Carnivore shotgun. You can cut off his right arm to get the JAG-22 A.T.R.N.A, but you are going to get that weapon later, whereas the shotgun drone can only be gotten here. If you are going for the trophies and achievements, then you will need to take off his left leg to get the combat drone because this is the only place you can get it. If you miss it here, you will have to get it again in New Game Plus. That was the boss fight for if you have good equipment and you are at a higher level. If you are lower leveled or you died on your first encounter, here is what you can do. Here you see I am using the A.I.D Warhound weapon. I am also wearing the A.I.D armor. It isn't really a factor in this fight. Something with plenty of defense would be good. Plus, I also have the drone pistol selected. I use the A.I.D Warhound weapon in this case because of its high impact rating and because it has good energy gain and fairly good damage. If you recall from an earlier tip, you get it by cutting off the leg of the A.I.D robot tracker at level 6. You have to pass by its checkpoint area to get to the Cloud9 Club. Since this character is underleveled and weak for this area, I also added a few implants. I picked the Omnicell clip for added ammunition, the Medivoltaic injection, the 2 ancillary cores for added power that I needed for the armor and for the implants. I also have the discharge regenerator and the directional block indicator, which is an absolute must in this fight. Next, go to the level up screen in your medbay and use 500 tech scrap to redistribute your statistics. Put almost everything into your health bar. I actually had enough tech scrap to buy some more levels that I could have further invested into health, but I wanted to show how this fight is won with a fairly, relatively underpowered character. From the medbay, run down this way and drop. Use your EMP drone to open up the magnetic lift. So, if we take it from the Medibay, you go down this way, down the magnetic lift, run through these bushes and look for the signpost with the pig on it. The sign points to where you are going. Go in its pointed direction and you will see another that is pointing towards the boss. If you are going to get the unique drone weapon, then you will need to aim for his left leg. This is trickier than it looks because he is always moving, and you will often lose your target lock once he goes invisible. The aim of the game is to bash away at his leg and build up battery power. Your large health bar and your ability to recharge your batteries is going to help you power through his counter-strikes, healing when you need to. The parry helps keep him still for a few seconds so that you can bash away at his leg and build up more battery power, though parries are not 100% necessary in this fight. Luckily, thanks to your massive health bar, you can actually miss quite a few parries and still get hit without dying. Anyway, after taking nearly half of his health, bring out your drone and attack that left leg. Remember to keep moving because while you are shooting, he will start coming after you. You can see the technique here. It is sloppy, it has no finesse, just getting close to him, getting a hit or two, and then running out of stamina and walking around until it regains. It isn't a fight that relies on skill. Walk around, regain your stamina, all the while trying to ensure that you have at least one battery charge ready to go. You're going to need it because when the finisher prompt comes up, you will need to take off his leg and then the fight is over. The fight may take you a few attempts, but the shortcut from the medbay makes repeated attempts more tolerable. If you are a little over-leveled, you will probably be able to power smash your way through this with no problem. At the end, there, you get the drone. If you are going for the trophy or achievement, then this drone is easily missable. The reverse engineering trophy. There is a common misunderstanding about this trophy. You have to kill a Gaia statue with its own weapon, but since you only pick up the Gaia weapon once, people think you have only one chance to earn this trophy, but that is not true. Here you see I come into the fight and I already have the Gaia Lancer spear. I fight the Gaia statue and I cut off its right arm. The robot is holding its weapon in its right hand. As you can see, the robot drops something, which it will almost always do when you cut off its right arm. Pick up whatever the Gaia robot drops, and then go on to kill the Gaia robot using the Gaia Spear Lancer. Once again, if you have already picked up the Gaia Lancer, simply kill the boss using that weapon, but cut off its right arm before you deal the finishing blow. Do that and you will receive the Reverse Engineering Trophy. Defeating the boss Delver. If you are going for trophies or achievements, then do consider getting the Risk Tolerant Trophy with Delver. In order to get the trophy or achievement, you will need to be carrying at least 30,000 tech scrap. You need this amount on you when you enter the fight. Where I do consider the Delver boss to be one of the more difficult in the game, one could make a good argument for getting the Risk Tolerant Trophy right here. The reason you should try for this trophy right here is because this is one of the few bosses where the start of the fight is very telegraphed. You know that when you jump down into the big hole, that you are going to have a boss fight. You have plenty of time to prepare for the fight. In addition, grinding up 30,000 tech scrap is not so difficult when you are in Gideon's Rock. Grinding for the tech scrap becomes even easier if you have the VULTR armor and the Reclamation Buddy implant installed. It doesn't matter if you die on your first attempt. You can easily jump back down and reclaim your tech scrap, and then try again to defeat the boss. In this first demonstration, my character is very overpowered. I jump down and activate my light using down on the D-pad. I pick up the tech scrap from my last attempt. It is a good idea to leave your tech scrap on the floor during the boss fight so that you can recharge your health passively and so that you can pick it up for a free health boost. But in my case, it was 50,000 tech scrap and I wasn't willing to risk losing it. In this first demonstration, I will show you what you need to do to beat the boss. It has 4 parry shields, meaning you will need to get 4 perfect parries in order to get the stagger. As I mentioned before, you do not need to get 4 perfect parries in a row. Every time you complete a perfect parry, one of the shields is knocked off. The first phase is mostly about the beast swiping at you from close range. Here we see it dig away. Keep moving and turn around to hit it. The third dig is always that jumping thing, so be prepared to dodge. You can see the stones kicking up just there. The blue sparks thing is a transition into the second phase. The attack you see here is the beast jumping onto the ceiling and throwing down its own armor. On the second phase, it only has 3 parry shields, which is handy for people who are excellent at parries. Quickly moving to the third phase, it is heavily armored and has 5 parry shields, which is the game's way of telling you that it doesn't want you to parry. The boss is deadly up close, but its long-range attacks are very telegraphed and so very easy to avoid. It regrows its armor, making this an unamusing fight if you are using a lower-leveled weapon. There it is destroyed, and that is all of the 3 phases. Here is how you take it down if you are not massively overpowered at this point. The beast is very weak to poison, so if you have a poison weapon, you should equip it. Otherwise, stick with your highest damage weapon. Here I pick Little Johnny's special weapon, the version 2 Poisoned Forceps. To keep the demonstration fair, I have not upgraded the weapon since I first received it from Little Johnny, but I do suggest that you upgrade your poison weapon if you would like to speed up this fight. In this fight, I also use the Gaia Lancer. Again, I haven't leveled it up, but I suggest you do. This is the weapon you get from the statue robots, one of which you can find just outside of the entrance to the boss fight. As for implants, we have the Medivoltaic Injector and the Nanite Shatterer. We also have the Nano Absorber. You can get the Nano Absorber by cutting off the heads of the larger nano beasts in the nanite-infected areas in Gideon's Rock. To continue on with the implants, we have the Drone Proximity Adapter, the Omnicell Clip, and the Directional Block Analyzer. Here is how you get the Nanite Shatterer. As for armor, any type will be fine. Just pick the most upgraded set you have, perhaps using an Ancillary core if you don't have enough core power for the armor and for all the implants. I will show you Phase 1 twice to give you an idea of how this boss varies its attacks. In this version, I jump down and the boss jumps out for an explosive hit that does no damage. The trick is to dodge around and attack the Delver's back hind legs. You need to attack them enough to inflict poison. Sadly, I attack from the front and the beast punishes me for it. Luckily, in this case, I did enough damage to inflict poison on the boss. At this point, I can keep hanging around the back and waiting for the poison to work. But I figure I should show off the parry. I get the first one, then miss. One parry, one miss, and another parry. He is staggered, so I go in and do some damage. If I had selected a leg, I could have reapplied the poison, but this was a missed opportunity. It does the underground attack thing 3 times, always jumping out on the third. While it regathers its composure, I get in and I do some opportunistic damage, but again, I do it from the front and I get punished for it. I quickly get in some damage to restart the poison effect. After that, I am pretty much waiting for the poison to do its job. Here is the first phase again, but Delver acts a little differently in so much as that it does more digging than it did last time. After a little back and forth, you can see that I try to get around the back, but it turns too quickly and I end up hitting its front again and getting punished for it. I hit it while it roars so that I can start the poisoning. I block and wait to parry, but it digs away. I try to block and parry here, but the boss very quickly becomes bored and digs away. Here I am blocking again, but under it goes. Finally, after playing around underground, I get off a few good parries and the beast staggers, only to transform into its next phase because the poison had done most of the work. This is the second phase, commonly considered the most difficult. If you defeat the boss normally, you will get the Helix of the Delver weapon. If you defeat the boss in a special way, you will get the Helix of the Delver version 2. During the second phase, you will have to destroy the armor on its arms. If you installed the implants that I suggested, then the second phase should be a breeze. It only needs 3 successful parries for a stagger this time, so you can go the parry method if you wish, but there is another easy way. Starting the video again, here it transforms into phase 2. I select the right arm, get fairly close, and start firing the pistol drone until the right arm armor is destroyed. Onto the left arm, trying to stay close. It jumps onto the ceiling before I am successful. Smash the armor it throws to the floor. Again here for the second batch. Always run from the third batch because the boss jumps on top of it. Select the left arm again. Get close and destroy it. As you see here, I use the rest of my Omnicell ammo to finish off its health. That last bit of health may be an issue, but be aggressive because it stops attacking briefly when it transforms into Phase 3. During Phase 3, switch weapons to the Gaia Lancer. If you want the special weapon, the Helix of the Delver version 2, you will have to destroy the armor on its hind legs. That is assuming you already destroyed the arms in Phase 2. Select the back legs, pick your moment, and do charged heavy attacks. Spears have a great lunging attack. They have the benefit of doing damage at a distance, and charged heavy attacks are good for charging up your battery, which is handy if you need to keep using the health injectable. Aiming for the right hind leg, I close just enough distance to do a charged heavy attack. I mistime it and I take some damage, but as you can see, the right leg's armor was damaged. I quickly charge up another attack, which destroys the armor and cancels the boss's attack. Now I select the left hind leg, charge the attack, and I get the hit. I am a little too impatient and I take some damage. I charge the attack, it hits, and again it cancels the boss's attack. As for the special version of the Delver's weapon, that is all that is needed. The arms in Phase 2 and the legs in Phase 3. As you can see, the armor regrows, but it doesn't matter. So long as you destroy the leg armor in the third phase, it doesn't matter how many times it grows back. Now comes the tricky task of killing the boss. Be opportunistic with your lunge attacks, but otherwise stay away. It punishes you for getting close. I keep aiming for the legs simply because they are easier to hit. Landing attacks on the body, head, and arms means that they have to be in position, whereas the legs are almost always in an easy-to-hit position. If you have destroyed the armor on the back legs, but you are struggling to chip away at its health, feel free to use grenade drone rounds, or turret rounds, or other consumables to get the job done. Or you can do what I do here and try to get in a few opportunistic jabs when it does that sliding attack. The Temperamental Doctor. Dr. Sorensen at Gateway Bravo is easily irritated, and if you pick the wrong dialogue choices, she will stop talking to you and she will no longer sell you things. This is especially true when you complete her quest and you are given a bunch of dialogue options. Keep it all business and you will not offend her. The box at the OakTree Scavenger hideout. After getting the force hook for the first time, you are going to come back to your Medibay to see that the door down here has been opened and the box inside has been looted. If you died in and around this area before getting the force hook, you may have met an NPC quest giver and his scavenger friend who is trying to get into this very room. Do not kill the scavenger, as it will anger the NPC above, and he will refuse to give you any further quests. Inside the box was the Experiment 44H Dark Star, a very common weapon you can pick up from many enemies. If you really want what is in the box, you will need to speedrun all the way to the top of the big building, to the location where you get the force hook and the keycard. You then quickly make your way back to the Medibay, whereupon you will be able to access the room below. There is no benefit to doing this if, in the likely event that you have already picked up the Experiment 44H Dark Star, then all the loot box has to offer is tungsten scrap. Major General Ezra Shields boss fight. From the Medbay, this is the way you go. This is the first demonstration of the boss fight.
I've been riding this hog for nigh on 20 years, and I gotta say, I feel pretty good about it.
I am overpowered in this fight, so I will just show you the phases and what to do. Jump down and use the zip line to go all the way down to the bottom so that the robot follows you. You need to knock the armor off of its legs. Using a nano weapon makes this much easier. Get one leg and then the other. Then it is just a case of killing it while staying alive. I am overpowered, so the fire and the bullets don't worry me too much. Once the first phase is over, the Major comes out. You will need to destroy the flame-throwing arm of the big robot if you want the drone module at the end. You can play Ring Around the Rosies hide-and-seek style, keeping the flamethrower arm selected. Once it is destroyed, you can take down Ezra. Be careful because his combo attacks are devastating up close. Keep moving in circles around the big robot because it is very difficult for the robot to shoot you when you are up close. If you want his special weapon, you will need to cut off one of his arms. There, that was the overpowered example to show you what to expect. Now, let's attempt it while underpowered. Starting with armor, I am going to use the A.I.D. Nightfall armor because it increases drone damage when it is close to a target, which stacks with an implant that does the same. To make it a fair demonstration, I am going to use this armor at Mark 1. I am also using this armor because I am pretty sure that most people will have this armor at this stage in the game. However, if you have them, I would suggest that you take the Jaguar armor, or better still, the Wraith armor, because they allow you to carry more Omnicells, which also stacks with the Omnicell Clip implant. Here are the implants that I think you should take into battle. The Medivoltaic injection, the Directional Block Analyzer, the Omnicell Clip, Energy Dynamo, Robotic Disruptor, Battery Adrenalizer, Rig Capacitor, Drone Proximity Adapter, and the Entropic Dissolver. Just to prove the validity of my boss fighting method, I will only be taking the Medivoltaic injection, the Omnicell Clip, and the Drone Proximity Adapter. These are the bare minimum you will need for an easy fight. As for weapons, take anything that has nano damage because the robotic side of this boss is weak to it. Whichever of your nano weapons is the strongest, whichever you have leveled up the most, I would suggest you take into this boss fight. I take in the Twitching Rip Talons weapon simply because I know that everybody playing up until this point will have it because it is given to you just before the fight. Here I have my Mark 1 A.I.D. Nightfall armor and my Twitching Rip Talons, along with the pistol drone selected. Straight down the zipline again. No point in hanging around and getting shot at. Down drops the robot. If you go in and attack from the front, then it kicks you. You should stick to attacking around the side or around the back. Your goal is to get enough damage to set off the nano effect. Take out the armor on the legs. The legs appear yellow when targeted if they have armor. The shooting attack is not that damaging, but the fire attack can be a little troubling. The target reticle will turn blue if the armor has been destroyed. Feel free to run and hide for a moment while you regain some health and charge up your implants. Once the Major jumps out, select the flamethrower arm and destroy it. Keep running around the robot to avoid Ezra. He will get a few hits in, but you should be building up lots of battery power from attacking the flame arm so you can keep healing. Once you have destroyed the flame arm, you should move on to Ezra. You need to cut off one of his arms to get his special weapon. Use the drone to do some reasonable damage. Now, you need to keep circling the robot so that Ezra cannot do his most damaging jumping attack. Keep avoiding him and he will start his combos. When he starts his combos and misses, you can often get in a few sneak attacks while he regains his composure. Do not let him get too close because his combos are pretty hard hitting. During a combination strike, the more times he hits you, the more powerful his blows become. Do your best to damage only his arm. If you have done enough damage to his arm, and his life bar is sufficiently depleted, then the finishing move prompt should appear and you should be able to cut off his arm. If you succeed, you should get the version 2 of his weapon. Also, quickly skipping the cutscene, you will also receive the drone for destroying the flamethrower arm earlier in the fight. If you have collected all of the other drones up until this point, then you should receive the drone trophy or drone achievement since this is the last missable drone. Delver Echo Alpha boss fight. It is actually part of Phase 2 from the original Delver boss fight. However, the boss in this case is quicker. If you are hunting the trophy or achievement called Own Medicine, then you should know that there are 3 Delver Echo fights, and you will have to beat at least one of them with the Helix of the Delver weapon version 1 or 2. You should already have this weapon because it was dropped by the original Delver. Also, it is okay to use your drone during the Helix fight, just so long as you have the Helix of the Delver equipped throughout the fight, and so long as your killing blow is done with the Helix weapon. This is a difficult fight, firstly because the boss hits hard and fast, and secondly because the area transitions into darkness at random angles and for no reason. This is actually intentional. The lights dim and the colours go very stark black whenever you are close to the Delver Echo, and it makes the fight all that more difficult. Alpha is the first Delver Echo. So here are 3 methods for defeating this boss. Method 1 is the shooting method. If you look at my pistol drone icon in the bottom left, you will see that I have 40 ammo on my character. Here is how I achieved this. For the arms, I have the Jaguar armor, and for the legs, I have the Wraith armor. The piece of body armor can be any piece of armor you like. I kept the armor at upgrade level Mark 1 to help keep this demonstration fair, but I suggest you consider upgrading these pieces if you are going to use them in this fight. The Jaguar armor allows you to carry an additional 5 ammunition, and the Wraith armor allows you to carry an additional 10. Now, if you wish, you can enjoy the benefits by wearing 3 pieces of Jaguar armor and 3 pieces of Wraith armor. However, if you don't have enough pieces or enough core power, then you can use a piece of regular clothing because they count towards all other set bonuses, which means if you are wearing 2 of any other armor, then this piece will make it up as the 3rd. Added to the mishmash of armor and clothing, I also added the Omnicell Clip Implant for an additional 5 ammunition. This made my ammunition carry capacity total up to 40. For the weapon, I am using Little Johnny's Forceps version 2 because the Delver Echo Alpha is weak to poison. To make it fair, I haven't upgraded the forceps since I first received them, but I do suggest that if you use a poison weapon, that you level it up as much as you can. As for implants, here are the ones that I think are bare minimum if you want an easier fight. There is the Medivoltaic Injector, the Omnicell Clip, the Nano Absorber, the Nanite Shatterer, and the Drone Proximity Adapter. If you have the room and the core power for more implants, then by all means add in as many implants as you think are useful. As a side note, if you do not have 2 pieces of the Jaguar armor or 2 pieces of the Wraith armor, then you should use the full set of the A.I.D. Nightfall armor because it has added drone damage. As we make our way to the boss, allow me to say that I don't fully understand why this shooting method works. For some reason, during this fight, my drone pistol takes off at least 215 damage from the boss's head, which to me seems a little high. Back to the boss demonstration. It is stupidly dark here. This is what it looks like with the brightness turned up. Approach the box. The boss is up there. Move away from the box. Quickly select one of its limbs while it is on the floor. Quickly attack to apply the poison, and then start dodging away as soon as the poison is applied. Now we play the waiting game. Stay far away to bait those unblockable running attacks. When it gets close, dodge away to avoid its attack. I didn't dodge away enough there, and it caught me with its bite. Now finally it does the roof attack thing. It will throw pieces of itself at you. You will need to turn around and destroy them. The first 2 times you must turn around and destroy them, but the 3rd time you must run away from it. Now that we have done enough damage to the boss, it is time to finish it off with the drone. Aim for the head and only the head. Try to stay near the boss so that the boss comes near your drone and receives more damage from the drone proximity implant. Take your time, and by the end, your drone should finish it off and you should receive the implant. Here are two other methods. The parry method. Technically, armor doesn't matter if you are using this method, but to keep my demonstration fair, I will be using the A.I.D. Nightfall armor at upgrade level Mark 1. When it comes to the parry method, there are quite a few options. For example, the mascot armor is very good for blocking. The Beast Tank Buster armor is even better. This is good for the reduced stamina, though the Nano Explosion won't be much good for this boss. Liquidator armor is good if you keep getting caught by the boss's attacks, but either way, it doesn't matter too much which armor you choose. In most cases, your most upgraded armor will probably be the best. As you know, this boss is weak to poison. So, that being the case, I am using Little Johnny's Forceps version 2, though I would suggest any weapon that inflicts poison. With that said, if you have upgraded one of your weapons to a very high degree, then you may do better with that weapon than you will with a lower leveled poison weapon. As for implants for the parry fighting method, there are quite a few that can make this fight a lot easier. From the top, we have the Medivoltaic injection, the Nanite Shatterer, the Ancillary Core plus 12, the Nano Absorber, the Deflection Supercharger, the Deflection Energy Converter, the Directional Block Analyzer, the Deflection Auto Healer, the Deflection Damage Enhancer, the Kinetoplasmic Shunt, and the Auto Healing Dynamo. However, to keep the demonstration fair, and since some people may not have those implants, here is what I am taking into the fight. If you are using a poison weapon, then you can make your life a lot easier with the Entropic Dissolver, which is an implant I am adding into my set for this demonstration. This is because you only have a small window of time to inflict the poison onto the boss while it is stunned, and this implant helps to speed up the process. I make a fair few mistakes during this fight, and I take some damage. People who are good at parrying will probably breeze through this fight. The boss is up there. You go near the box, the symbol comes up, move away, and then attack the boss when it is on the floor. I get in just enough hits to inflict poison. Getting close to prompt the boss to take swipes at you. It moves around the side of you, so be prepared to reselect the boss when needed. Don't worry about picking a body part, just keep selecting it whenever it moves away. You may see it rise up on its haunches and then lunge forward for an attack. The only warning is the fact that it raises up. The directional block indicator will not tell you when this attack is coming, but you can simply block through the attack. Just hold block and there are no negative consequences. As before, when it jumps up into the ceiling, it will throw down some armor that you should destroy. When the boss is on the floor from a successful parry, you must select a body part and then attack in order to inflict the poison. If you just select the beast and not a body part, then the poison will not be inflicted. There is a very small window of opportunity. Once you have inflicted poison, dodge away as fast as you can, because it is going to try to counterattack. Once you learn its patterns, the unblockable, the blockable lunge, the parryable swipes, and that ceiling thing, then you have this monster beat. Just be prepared to dodge your way out of danger if it starts to inflict damage on you. The parry fighting method takes more practice, especially when it comes to knowing when to parry and when to dodge. Nevertheless, this is probably the most feasible and repeatable way to beat the boss, even with a Mark III weapon and Mark I armor. The overpowered method. If you have leveled up quite a bit and have upgraded as far as you can go, then you may be able to tank your way through its attacks and do enough damage to take it down before it can kill you. I won't go into implants, weapons, or armor because I am going to assume that you are using your best and most favorite. What I will do is teach you how to tank and attack this boss all the way to victory. There are only a few vulnerable moments, and you will have to pump your health injection as you go. When the boss drops to the floor, you can get in some damage and earn some battery power. The fight is mostly about earning the battery power so that you can keep charging your health injection. When the boss drops to the floor, it becomes vulnerable. A boss is also vulnerable immediately after it finishes a flurry of combos. Get in close so that the boss takes a swipe at you, dodge away, and after the second swipe, you should charge an attack or just dive in and start getting hits. When it runs at you from far away, it will often circle around you. Don't attack it right away because it finishes its running attack with a lunge. After the lunge, there is a small window of time to get in some attacks. If you are nimble, albeit more nimble than I am being in this video, you can dodge around the back and the side of the creature and get in some hits before it can turn around and attack you. The darkness is the real problem, but luckily you can see what is selected and what is highlighted, so use that as your guide. As you learn its patterns, you will learn when it is open for an attack, but frankly, with this method, you are mostly relying on your strong armor, your health, and your ability to charge your battery and heal before it damages you again. Don't rule out this scrappy fighter way of defeating the boss if you are sufficiently upgraded and leveled up enough to do so. Sometimes the Achilles heel of the Soulsborne type of boss is that the developers don't imagine you will just run in there and spam the light attack. That is why in some games like this, the Dark Souls games of Bloodborne, Sekiro, and even Salt and Sanctuary, sometimes you can just power your way through and win without any real tactics. Delver Echo Beta boss fight. There is another optional boss fight. It is the same place where you fought the Delver Echo Alpha. If you have just completed the Delver Echo Alpha boss fight, then I suggest that you come up this way, killing these enemies if you wish, and that you check in with a Medibay and bank your tech scrap before coming back down to fight this boss again. This is an optional boss fight that is easier than the one you just did. The boss does do slightly different things, but the builds, the implants, and even the methods you used last time will still apply to this fight. I suggest that if you are just coming off the last fight with the boss, that you don't change your armor, weapons, or implants. I suggest that you check in at the Medibay and then go straight back down to take on the boss again. Also, if you memorized the combos from the first time you ever met the Delver, then you can reuse what you learned during phase 1 of that fight, because this boss has the same combo patterns. Just like the first time, you are able to dodge around the back and attack the boss. This method is possible, but in this case the boss is a little faster. Ergo, it's a little more difficult. I got away clean there, and I was able to inflict poison, but getting away without being hit was rather lucky. You may remember this from the first Delver boss fight. Same again here. The boss pops up twice. The third one is always a jump, except that in this case the lights will often come up before the big jump. Now trying the block and parry method. Finally, I get the parry. The boss is still poisoned, so there isn't much benefit at this point, but the first hit after a parry is normally a meaty one. Let me just speed this up here, and as you can see, it is just a case of inflicting and re-inflicting poison until the boss is dead. Using the drone to speed things up a little, it is just a case of inflicting poison and staying alive. You will only get 10,000 tech scrap for defeating this boss, but if you are going for the Triplets trophy or achievement, you will need to beat this optional boss. Brother Eli revived. Second, Brother Eli boss fight. Into the fight, I take the A.I.D. Nightfall armor. I take the full set. This armor is good because you get health back for filling a battery, and it increases drone damage. I kept it at Mark 1 to keep this demonstration fair. I only take the Gaia Lancer at Mark 3. This boss is immune to electricity and to nano damage. And also, even though this boss can be burned and poisoned, the amount of health that is taken off is pretty poor. Here are some of the implants that I would suggest you take if you are looking for an easier fight. Here are the implants I will actually be taking into this fight during the demonstration. These are the implants I am taking into the fight, firstly to keep the demonstration fair, and secondly because I believe most people will have all of these implants by this late stage in the game. If you are struggling to accommodate all of those implants, then feel free to remove the drone proximity adapter and the energy dynamo. They are good implants for this fight, but are not absolutely necessary. This fight is tough, especially if you get too close and get caught in his combos. Luckily, there is a pretty easy way to survive this boss for hours, but first you need to take out his two buddies. Some shots in the head with your pistol should take them down pretty easily. You will notice that they almost always drop blue battery pickups. Leave them on the ground. If later you find yourself running out of battery, perhaps you need health or you need to conduct a finishing move, then you can pick them up and use them. The trick to this boss is to get him in a wide open space and then circle around him clockwise. See the reach of his weapon. You need to be around double that distance away from him. Don't be afraid to circle around and pull back a bit, just not too far. You are aiming for his right arm. You need to cut off that arm at the end of the fight. If you go too far away from him, he will teleport towards you, and the further away you are from him, the more likely it is his nano waves will hit you. Keep circling and pick your moments. Get to learn his moves so that you feel more comfortable controlling the fight. He is slow to charge his weapon, and there is a brief pause after each of his combos. The trick is to get in there just as he is finishing his combo. Managing your stamina is probably the hardest thing about this fight, especially if you keep dodging when his attacks won't actually hit. Again, I suggest you try circling him, going around a few times without attacking, just to see which of his attacks will actually hit you and which won't. As his health gets lower, some of his close-range attacks become much more dangerous. At this point, you may like to use any drone ammo that you have, perhaps near the end, but that is up to you. I use them to speed up the fight a little because it gets a little tedious circling the guy, especially if you are using a low-level weapon like I am here. There was one of his most dangerous attacks. Also, I sometimes make the mistake of dodging backwards rather than to the side. That is when he catches me. I get the cut on his arm, and I receive the critical oxygenator and the Dark Prophecy arm plate. Now, this may be different for you, but whatever part you cut off last time will be the part that is now robotic. Last time I fought Brother Eli, I cut off his right arm, ergo his right arm now has the Dark Prophecy arm plate. Save time by jumping on zip lines. There is a bit of a stop-start feeling when you are using zip lines. You can speed up the process a little, or at least keep the flow going a little better by jumping on the zip lines rather than pressing the button to activate them. The Delver Echo Gamma boss fight. At this point, you are probably an expert at taking down these Delver bosses, but here is how you take down the final version of the Delver Echo boss. Now, unlike some of the other Delver bosses, the first hit is not free. Stand in the wrong place, and your bum will be smeared across the concrete like a peach across a highway. Here are some suggested implants for the Delver Gamma Echo. There are the obvious vital three, being the Medivoltaic Injector, the Nano Shatterer, and Nano Absorber. Then there are the less vital implants, the 2 drone modules that are not super important, and the implant that makes poison inflict more quickly. As for armor, it is the A.I.D. Nightfall Mark 1, but that is just for demonstration purposes. I suggest you use whichever armor you have upgraded the most. And again, I am using the Mark 3 Little Johnny Forceps version 2 for their poison damage, but I suggest any poison weapon or any weapon that you have leveled up and are comfortable with. I pick up the tech scrap that I dropped, but I suggest that you leave it so that it may heal you over time, and so that it may act as an extra healing pickup when it is close to expiring. Start with the drone. You are looking to take out the armor on its head and on its arms. There are no endgame benefits to this tactic, but destroying the armor has 2 benefits. Firstly, it staggers the boss whenever you destroy the armor, giving you a moment to jump in and get a little more damage. Secondly, the beast will stand still for a moment when it regrows its armor, which again gives you another chance to get in there and do some damage or to retreat and heal. The tactic this time is the same as the 3rd phase of the original Delver. You need to get far away to bait the boss into a sliding attack, and then attack it when it is laid on its side. This is trickier this time because the arena is pretty small, but if you keep at it, you will easily beat this boss. There is no special weapon for this boss. You will get the implant no matter how you kill it. If you recall tip 6 and 9, 69.
Whee!
If you recall tip 69, I mentioned the trophy or achievement called Own Medicine. If you want the Own Medicine trophy, you will have to defeat this boss with the Helix of the Delver weapon. If you do not kill at least one of the Delver Echoes with the Helix of the Delver weapon, then you will have to achieve this trophy or achievement in New Game Plus. If you took down all of the Delver Echoes, then here is where you get the Triplets Trophy or Triplets Achievement. The Geronimo Trophy Achievement. If you are going for the Geronimo Trophy Achievement, then here is how you get to it from the Cloud9 Club. On the assumption that you have already explored the area and have opened up the ziplines and such. Going this way, there are still a lot of enemies. I cleared them out before showing this way because they jump on you, stand in your way, and all sorts of nonsense. Get to here and take a jump. You will be taken to a loading screen, and when it loads, you find yourself in the underground, and you haven't lost any health because of your jump. You will also get the trophy or achievement for making the jump. The locked box in the canal back alleys. There is a Ronin enemy who holds the keycard to the locked box in the canal back alleys. My demonstration here is a little bit messy since there are plenty of enemies to kill, but the keycard comes from the Ronin enemy up above. Attacking the Ronin enemy's head seems more likely to yield the keycard, but it is not a guarantee. You have to keep respawning the enemy until you get it. This box contains the kinetoplasmic shunt implant that you should or could have bought from Dr. Sorensen at Gateway Bravo. If you already have this implant, then you will receive implant materials that you can use for upgrading. Getting the living jawbone weapon. If you have gotten far enough in the game to get the lifter hook, then there is a little journey you need to go on. There is a weapon called the living jawbone. It drops at upgrade level Mark 9 and is pretty darn powerful. As you leave the Jericho Seaside Court, going towards the toxic sludge area, this is the direction you should go. After getting the lifter hook, the world will have changed dramatically, and it probably took you a while to get here. You are going to run over here and use the zip line. The enemy here will not be alerted to your presence, so take the time to select its claw. The fight will be tough, but you should be sufficiently leveled and upgraded at this point to be able to handle it. There is a lower level enemy who will try to crash the party, but he shouldn't be a problem. The enemy drops the living jawbone and also drops other level 9 equipment. If you want, you can go back through the door from which you came, and then return back here and the enemies will respawn. If you are looking to do a little grinding and harvest up some level 9 parts, then here is a good place to do it. There are some people who say you can reach this area before getting the lifter hook, and those people are correct. There is a very mild chance that they may have patched this before you begin playing, but even if they didn't, it is a massive hassle getting this to work. One of the reasons why this video doesn't say no hacks or exploits is because technically what I'm showing you here is an exploit. Don't be fooled by this footage. What you are seeing here is done after many attempts. When you die, you respawn at the door, which is pretty okay. But the downside is that when you actually get over this jump, only to be instantly slaughtered by a level 9 enemy, it can become a little frustrating. Here is the supposed exploit again for those of you who do not have the lifter hook yet. If you do have the lifter hook, then there are worse places to make a beeline for. Grinding up with these enemies is pretty fruitful and doesn't take an overly long time. If anything, you should take a brief stop off here just to pick up a few of the things that are in this box right here. The Counter Sniper Trophy Achievement. There may be a few ways to get this trophy, but the easiest I found was later in the game when you get to the cathedral area. Take the lifter hook up to the higher platform. Select your sniper drone and move to this area here. It allows you to take out the person operating the sniper drone, and killing this enemy is what earns you the trophy or achievement. Answers to the Brother Quizman test. I give you these answers with no shame or glory, since the weapon you receive is one I showed you how to get much earlier in the game. You get Truman's weapon, the one my character is currently holding now. Once you complete the quiz, you will only receive Tungsten Upgrade Alloy Mark 8. The first answer is an Angelic Lightning Bolt. The second answer is Little Johnny. And the third answer is The World Will Change. Getting the Rex and April quest correct. There is a portion in the later game where you can mess up the Rex and April mission. If you take on the quest and finally get to April, say, "Who are you anyway?" and then pick the "You are April, do you recognize this memento?" If you choose to question her religion, she will become aggressive and you will get the sad ending to the quest. You can release Rex, and if you want, you can buy the Kinetic Drone Supercharger. Getting the Iron Mouse quest correct. If you are running around the cathedral, you will probably be close to finishing the Iron Mouse quest. However, it is possible to select the wrong answers and lose out on getting the armor. During the later stage, ask, "How did you kill the guy?" and then choose, "You look hurt, go home." This sends him back to the comic book store where you can finish his mission and get his armor. Getting the 3 birds with 1 stone trophy. If you did the Rex and April quest, then you are able to buy missiles. Even if you haven't done that quest, you have probably picked up a missile during the later second half of the game. It is this missile that you will need to get the 3 birds with 1 stone trophy. After the world-changing event, come back to the starting areas and look for enemies who are watching the platform holograms. These are the ones you can kill very easily with just 1 missile. Perhaps also use the drone proximity adapter to make certain they are killed with just 1 shot. The Matriarch Celeste boss fight. The boss can have elements inflicted on her, like nano damage, but it isn't very strong and isn't very useful because there is a risk of you killing this boss before you get the cut for her special weapon. I would suggest a parry heavy method with plenty of implants that reward you for getting good parries. This is because during the first phase she has a very slow wind-up for her attacks, making them some of the most easy to parry in the entire game. Plus, she only needs 2 successful parries to stun her. Also, if you have been leveling yourself and your armor up, and your armor is at level 8, then her attacks are damaging but not dangerous. During the first phase, speed things up by aiming for her blue areas in her body or legs. Getting the reticle to target her mechanical arms is very fiddly. Make sure it is highlighting the mechanical arm and not her actual arms. During the second phase, you need to get rid of those big mechanical arms by cutting them off. I have not spec'd my character out for projectiles, so my drone hits don't do much damage. Her close-ranged attacks are pretty powerful, but you can probably tank the attacks she does with her mechanical arms and the attacks she does with her waves of electricity. As a result, you can sort of cheese her by staying out of reach of her two handheld weapons and then nipping in to do some damage before she can retaliate or try again. As you can see, by the end, she is nearly dead, and I almost don't get the cut before she dies. If you miss the cut, I suggest you revert your save and try again. Here you can see that I got the icon of the Spark version 2 and some tech scrap. Here are a few implants that will come in handy during the fight. We should also discuss the Manslayer implant. You may suspect that it only works during the first phase of the fight, but for some reason it works during the second phase too when you are hitting her metal arms. I start with the Robotic Disruptor implant and I only do 366 damage. I switch to the Manslayer and I do 503 damage. Ergo, take the Manslayer into the fight with you. Poison is also good on this boss, but it's a bit too good. If you inflict her with poison, you are likely to kill her before you can cut off her robot arms. The 4 robots in Gutenberg's laboratory. These are somewhat sub-bosses due to them not having a health bar, but nevertheless being unavoidable. Plus, you really have to knock down their health before you can cut off their limbs. They are very tough up close. They only walk slowly, and they have no ranged attacks. All you have to do is keep your distance, dive in for a little charged attack, and then move away again to regain your stamina. They are weak to electricity and nano damage, so it is just a case of taking them down one at a time without letting the others get too close. When you see the finisher prompt, be sure to take it because you are invulnerable during the execution animation. If you want the armor that they drop, you will have to focus on the parts of their body with the pink shielding. These are the pieces you will need to cut off. In order to get the weapon and armor schematic, you will need to find a robot with pink shielding on its right arm. This robot has pink body armor, so I go for this one next. Up next, I find a robot with a pink shielded leg, and I cut that off. Finally, for the head schematic, it doesn't matter about the pink shielding. No matter which robot you choose, they all give out the same headgear schematic. So, don't worry if your last robot doesn't have the pink shielding on its head. Just to check to see if I have collected all necessary schematics, here you can see at the Construct menu that all 4 are ready to be built. Defeating the H.A.R.O.L.D boss. If you are looking for the special weapon, it is H.A.R.O.L.'s holographic tail blade, and you get it from cutting off the boss's tail. When swinging your weapon to attack the tail, it is easy to hit other parts of the boss and kill the boss before getting the cut. For that reason, I suggest you weaken the tail a little with your drone at some point during the fight. This is a nanite boss, so the nano absorber and the nanite shatterer implants are important. As for your means of killing this boss, I suggest your strongest armor and whatever weapon you are comfortable with. Of course, if you wish, you can use the parry method. If your implants are spec'd out for parries, then it makes this boss a lot easier. Even though it will accrue electricity damage, it doesn't do anything meaningful when it activates, i.e. when you finally fill up the meter, the boss keeps moving and keeps attacking. It is immune against nano damage and poison. It is strong against fire, but it will take damage if you inflict fire upon it. It usually starts with a jumping attack, but in this case it starts with an electro-holographic attack, followed by a very dangerous jump. In New Game Plus, this jump is usually a one-shot kill, if it hits, but at this late stage in the game, the only real threat is that big jumping attack. What makes it tough is that you have to dodge the attack as the boss is starting to jump, which can be quite tricky to judge. This boss is deadly up close, but if you experiment a little without attacking, you can see that it doesn't offer much in the way of an oppressive threat. Unlike the recent Eli fight, this boss is not trying to get close all the time. It is pretty easy to dodge its close-range attacks. Just quick dodge and it completely misses. I am using charged R2, charged right trigger attacks here because they allow me to jump in and then get out again before it can counterattack. I was having a go at the parry method here. It's not too tricky with this boss once you learn the pattern. There I get the cut, and I am now free to kill it, though I do hold back just a bit to show its final attack, which includes 4 holograms. I do recommend that you use the drone to soften up the tail at least a little bit before the end of the fight so that you can get the cut and in the end get the special weapon. Right now it is just a case of finishing it off, whereupon you get the implant and the special weapon. The goddess Helena boss fight. Helen is pretty weak to electricity. It doesn't harm her, but the effect applies pretty quickly and stuns her for a while. After being stunned, she becomes very strong to electricity for a while, until returning to normal, where it is again easy to inflict her with an electric stun. It is pretty likely that this boss fight is going to take you by surprise, so you probably won't have much time to prepare. With that said, you can swap out your weapons, armor, and implants while in the boss fight, so keep that in mind if you are starting to struggle. This boss's own weapons are its biggest hindrance. You can outwalk its laser weapon by simply circling it. Plus, the boss itself walks so slowly that it is very easy to stay out of reach of the boss's handheld weapon. So, similar to the Gaia statues, you destroy the shield with a charged attack, and sometimes the boss will destroy the shield itself. As the boss only requires 3 parries for a stun, you could give that a go if you want to speed up the fight. As you can see, this boss is very weak to electricity. If you find yourself in trouble, then back off and circle the boss, waiting for your opportunity to do some damage. The Archangel Eli boss fight. Let's start with some implant suggestions. Here are a few implants that you are going to find useful, though it really depends upon your build. For example, if you are going for a heavy weapon approach, then you will have to change your implants accordingly. This is a nanite boss, so the nanite shatterer and the nano absorber X will be useful. The boss doesn't inflict a devastating amount of nano accumulation, ergo 2 absorbers are not necessary. The Medivoltaic injector and the directional block analyzer are also very useful in this fight. It is probably safe to assume that if you have come this far, you have probably leveled up at least one set of armor and at least one weapon to level 10. It isn't necessary for you to do so, but it does make the fight go a lot faster. The boss is not especially weak to any of the elements, but of all of them, he seems to take the most damage from fire. When you beat the boss, you get the Great Blade of the Archangel to use in New Game Plus. If you destroy all of its pieces of armor, then you get the Great Blade of the Archangel version 2. Once you have destroyed all of its pieces of armor, feel free to bring out your drone and use up the last of your consumable items. The Vanguard missile is an obvious choice. The Molotovs work when he's on the floor and a safe distance away. See here how I missed him when he was in the air. However, here I get him when he is on the floor over there. Here is a few grenades, though I would recommend that you use them a little more carefully than I do. I didn't find the proximity mines to be very useful, but if you have them, then why not use them? The mobile turrets are amazingly effective in this fight. The boss doesn't seem too interested in destroying the ones I placed around the edges, and they shoot at the projectile devices that he uses. Starting from the beginning, here is what the Archangel Eli will do, and here is how you defeat him. I am sure that by this stage in the game, you have your own preferred way of fighting, so I will show you what you need to do in order to scrape through the fight, which leaves you to work out the specifics. Keeping him at a distance is a sound tactic for most of the fight. His most damaging attacks are close to mid-range. This is another reason why the drone turrets are so useful. The vicious combos can be avoided by dodging backwards. His slow wind-up attacks are where you can probably sneak in and get a bit of damage, not that I did very well just then. The spinning attack is not as difficult to dodge as I just made it seem. When he does that attack, some people sneak in and do some damage, but after the spin, there is a very dangerous combo that you should be aware of. Sadly, he catches me with it, and there I go. In New Game Plus, that would have probably been a death right there. Here are the projectile things that I was talking about. The mobile drone turrets will fire at these or even distract these, but in this case I take them down with my drone pistol because in a moment he is going to throw them at me. Playing fast and loose, I use up my drone bullets, but I do not suggest that you do the same. I suggest that you conserve your ammo so that you may shoot down the floating projectiles whenever they appear. In this first demonstration, I am showing you what he does during the fight, but remember that if you want the Great Blade of the Archangel version 2 weapon, then you will need to destroy each piece of his armor. On that note, see how his attacks are not instant kills. For that reason, this boss is not as difficult as some of the other bosses in this game. I am using charged attacks because it fills my batteries faster. Now you have seen all of his attacks, it is time to end this first demonstration. Without elegance and form, I figure I will just dive in and do as much damage as I can. My implants are spec'd out for energy gain, so I keep pumping that health injectable. If you are struggling with the previous method, you can play it up close, and if you are able to generate many hits and really pull back all the battery power that you need, then under these circumstances, you avoid most of the boss's long-range attacks simply because he's too busy trying to beat you down. But again, it does require that firstly you're hitting him enough so that you're getting the energy back, and it requires that you have strong enough armor to withstand the blows long enough to recharge your health injectable and use it again. If you are wondering, the spin attack is a simple combo. It is a heavy attack followed by repeated light attacks. The numbers coming off of him turn from yellow to blue. Also, remember to keep pumping that health injectable. Part of this strategy is to be very frequently healing and charging your battery for the next heal. Remember that you need to get all of the armor pieces in order to get the special weapon. That means you need the head, body, both arms and both legs. Please take a look at how his directional indicator relates to the hits he actually lands. You see here how the directional indicator shows up on the screen, but it's anybody's guess as to when the hit will land. For some, there is a really long delay, and for others, almost no delay at all. Keep that in mind if you are going to take the parry approach. So, I will just show off a few more of his attacks and then we'll go in for the kill. More examples here of how powerful the dodge function is in this fight. He is doing a lot of swinging and missing. You can dodge his close stabbing combos and then sneak in for a bit of damage. If you destroyed all of his armor and the boss is defeated, you get the Great Blade of the Archangel version 2 weapon. Stun underground DLC crabs with the EMP drone. In the Surge 2 Kraken DLC, you will come across drones that hide underground whenever you are near. Shoot them with your EMP drone and it stuns them and forces them out of hiding, which makes it easier for you to destroy them. Don't bother avoiding the DLC All-Seeing Eye. In the Kraken DLC, there is a big eye that watches you, and my advice is that you don't bother avoiding it. The only consequence is that crabs will appear and try to kill you. However, the crabs in question are fairly weak and inconsequential, and in fact there is a trophy/achievement for killing 30 of them, so you may as well allow them to keep spawning while you play. Beating the Collective Incinerator Kraken DLC boss. The Collective Incinerator boss is highly resistant, but not immune, to electricity and nano infliction. It is immune to fire and poison, so I may suggest that you ignore the elemental side of this fight and pick whichever weapon you are most comfortable using. For this demonstration, I am using the Corsair armor. You get it from those bigger enemies in the DLC, and it is very good for reducing the damage you take from fire. You may question why the directional block analyzer if you have no intention on blocking and parrying during your fight. However, in this case, the directional block analyzer will let you know when to dodge as well as when to block and parry. The EMP Starfish drone is very handy during this fight because the boss may dig up a poison crab drone. It is in your interest to take out this drone as quickly as possible, and if you don't get to it in time, the EMP drone may help you quickly disable and destroy the drone before it can do you any significant damage. Using the parry method for this boss is quite doable. The only problem is that this boss gives no real indication as to when you have performed a suitable parry. The only way you will know is if one of the shields besides its health bar has become slightly transparent. Also, when it charges at you, just hold block and you will take no damage. If you do get this done, don't forget to reselect its right arm so that you may do damage on the correct limb. If you want this boss's unique weapon, then aim for its right arm. You are going to have to get the boss's health and armor very low before being able to get the cut, so only target the right arm. This boss's biggest weaknesses are those moments it takes to charge up its attacks and those moments it needs to recover just after attacks. Since I am not using the parry method, I am sneaking in to do a little damage and then getting out again before the boss has a chance to counterattack. As you can see, those little drones do become a problem. In fact, the hardest part I found was trying to target them without accidentally retargeting the boss. I take large amounts of damage in some sections because I was being too aggressive in order to complete the boss a little quicker. You can actually take your time and pull back a little more often in order to heal or recover from a fire or poison accumulation. You do not have to be as aggressive in this fight as I am being right here. As you can see, I am slowly chipping away at this boss until I can get that cut on his right arm, for which I receive its special weapon, the Hot and Heavy, a completely useless weapon for fighting robots in the DLC, but quite handy against humans in the base game. Beating Kane, Core Protector DLC boss. As you go down to join the boss, don't jump in and start fighting. Instead, you come over here and you go and talk to Norm. Complete his quest line until you get the backyard key. Norm Turner because he turns normal. How inspired. Once you have the backyard key, come back over here and go up this way, and you will be able to open this door. This allows you to drain the pool, which makes the upcoming fight a little easier, but more importantly, it allows you to get all of the special items and special weapons. I will discuss those as the video goes on, but first let us start with armor. I am using the Corsair armor because there is a little bit of fire in this fight, though I would suggest that you use your most upgraded armor because you are probably going to have to tank at least a little bit of damage in this fight, unless of course you are using the block and parry method. As for weapons, use whichever weapon you are most comfortable with, because this boss is highly resistant to all types of elemental infliction. Also, you will be using your Starfish EMP module, so keep that selected in your favorites. As for implants, I will be using these in this demonstration. They are the only ones that are really necessary, but I do encourage you to take additional implants to complement your fighting style. To start with, you are going to have to destroy the drone on the top left shoulder of the boss. As you can see there, I have selected it. And now attack the arm, but do not cut it off. After you have taken out the drone on the boss's shoulder, you may be tempted to cut off its arm. Even if you get the prompt to cut off the arm, don't do it. You need to keep that arm intact and the legs intact in order to receive this boss's special weapons. Do not break the boss's legs. They will drop off if you attack them, and you will lose out on a special weapon. If you are good at parries, then the parry method is a viable option for this fight. There are certain combos that are pretty difficult to block, and if you are able to parry just a few of them, you really put the situation in your favor. So remember that you want to destroy the drone on its top left shoulder, that you don't want to break off its legs, and you don't want to cut off the arm. Furthermore, it is going to pull off a few combo shots, and the trick is to dodge, block, or parry at least one of them. That way you will survive and continue to play. If you are hit as the combo starts, then press the health injector button and hopefully you will still survive the encounter. Starting as it often does, it tries a combo, but I slip and block. Avoid the red area on the ground. When it bounces, just keep moving backwards until it stops. Don't get too far away because it is vulnerable for a second or two after it finishes bouncing. Here, I start hitting its drone with the laser pistol. The trick is to do as much damage as possible to that drone. However, you will need to remove the pink shielding first. This will allow your bullets to penetrate the armor without hindrance. The whirling attack is dangerous but becomes much easier later. That blue wave there was the boss's drone disabling your drones. Luckily, at the same time, I was able to sneak in and destroy the drone, which has now removed that boss's ability to disable my drones. The black sludge on the screen is what happens when you step in the oil on the pool's surface. If you are hit while covered in oil, then your character burns. The boss is vulnerable after the jumping attack. The first 2 shots hit me and nearly kill me, but I dodged the last attack. In order to survive, you will have to dodge, block, or parry at least one out of each combo, preferably using your health charge injectable as soon as you are hit. When the boss lights fires on the floor, just stay clear and allow the boss to come to you. Block during its charging attack. Here is the whirling attack again, except that this time I use my EMP drone. The boss can be stunned during its whirlwind attack. As you can see, I am attacking the right arm whilst trying to ensure I do not damage the legs too badly. See again how I only survived the combo because I was able to dodge some of the boss's attacks. Get caught by all of them and you will struggle to survive. If you are not doing parries, then the combo attacks are very hard to avoid, to the point where it's easier, or at least more straightforward, to simply tank some of the damage and block or dodge away from the rest. As the fight progresses, you get the chance to damage the enemy, but you only get a moment here and there. Be prepared to be patient. If you followed my advice, you should get the 2 weapons here and the drone, along with some tech scrap. Then, if you go back to the vending machine, you will also be able to buy the Tentakill weapon. Before you leave the boss fight, they are going to ask you to side with Sydney or Kane. There is little benefit in choosing either, but know that if you pick Kane, then almost all the enemies will respawn. If you were hoping to finish other quests or pick up DLC armor sets, then choose Kane. Getting the DLC Fisherman's Fiend weapon. If you complete a certain quest line in the DLC, you will be leaving and you will see that a robot is already waiting for you down here. If you want, you can wish this robot on its way and receive a graffiti tag. Alternatively, you can outright attack the innocent robot and start a fight. Be careful not to kill it before being able to get the cut on its arm. Once you have the cut, you get the Fisherman's Fiend weapon. Getting the Box Office Smash DLC trophy. If you are looking to get the Box Office Smash trophy or achievement, it isn't as difficult as it seems. If you want, you can leave this until you have completed the big DLC boss. What you do is you go to Proto and you choose, cool, I can teach you some combat moves. You will then fight wave after wave of enemy. When they do stop coming, go back to Proto and choose the option, yes, keep them coming. Fight again for what feels like ages, and they will stop again. However, before they do stop again, you should receive notification that you have the Box Office Smash trophy or achievement. After they have stopped, go back to Proto and this time choose Let's Call It a Day. Go back again and talk to Proto, and this time, if you look in the bottom right corner, you will see that you get the Biggest Bang helmet. That is the same helmet you would have received if you had picked Awesome, I Love Movies, Move Over in the Proto options. I like the Surge 2. I tried the demo for the Surge 1 and I was not blown over. The deal breaker for me was having to hold a button to pick things up. The Surge 1 didn't really do much for me, so I didn't go in expecting to enjoy the Surge 2, but I really did. In the Surge 2, the ability to bank souls or tech scrap is a great feature, as is the tech scrap multiplier that rewards you for staying out and not returning to your medbay. The stamina bar is not overly forgiving, but becomes very robust after leveling up. The fights can be tactical or frenetic, and like Bloodborne, the game doesn't punish you for being overly aggressive. The combat felt similar, and even the tight focus on just a few weapon varieties also felt very much like Bloodborne. The Implants mechanic reminds me a little bit of the runes in Bloodborne, similar to the rings in Dark Souls games, and I especially liked that you cannot just pick the implants that you like, but you have to balance your power and your implants along with your armor. I also loved how more implant slots open as you level up. Suffice it to say, there is a lot about the Surge 2 that I like. It is only a shame that the story is so easy to ignore. It is not like I was expecting a good game when I first played, so if the story is my only complaint, then consider that a ringing endorsement for this game. Anyway, thank you EA and Deck 13 for making the Surge 2.